Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. What happens when you play the midnight game in an abandoned asylum? 5 candles, 5 people, a box of matches, or lighter for each, 1 hour. It's all you need to play the midnight game. In this game, you play with one goal in mind. Don't wake them up. There they are. What lies beneath? The rules are simple. Don't make a sound. Don't leave the play area. Don't let your candle go out. And don't get scared so badly you scream. If any of these rules are broken, you lose and they win. Now listen carefully, and let me tell you what happened when I played the midnight game. Our play area was an old abandoned asylum known as Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. I played the midnight game with my friends Jake, Nora, Asher, and Theodore. Theodore was the one who learned about the midnight game. He was an amateur occultist during his emo phase, so he learned of this particular urban legend. He had to play it for himself. Only, he needed 4 others to play. Naturally, his friends were the first choice. 5 12-year-olds playing some kind of cult ritual. What could go wrong? I thought it was a joke when he asked me to play with him. I mean, when he insisted, I went along solely because I thought this would be rather amusing. I tried Bloody Mary with Theodore once. Nothing happened. We'd gone to haunted houses looking for ghosts. Nothing happened. Theodore was still convinced the supernatural was real, despite all his ventures turning up nothing. This time would be no different. I told him as much. How wrong I was. Theodore explained the midnight game to us when we reached the asylum. It was a little-known urban legend then, as follows. Supposedly, there are things that lie beneath our notice, and they can only be contacted through a specific ritual. That was the midnight game. In this game, 5 people with 5 candles would sit in a circle, 1 candle for each. If the candle went out, it had to be relit as soon as possible. At some points, they could leave the circle, but not their designated play area. Another specific was that the midnight game had to be played in an area that had seen great suffering. Theodore didn't need to explain that, as an asylum had a history all of its own. Sexual abuse of patients, multiple suicides, lobotomies. They'd had it all. They'd even taken me here once, trying to find ghosts. We didn't. The asylum is an eerie place, nonetheless. Spray paint on the walls, often upside-down crosses, pentagrams, empty bottles made me realize we weren't the first people here. I wondered if anyone would come back. The place doesn't need ghosts to be horrific. Sometimes people are all that's needed. There was one last rule of the midnight game that Theodore told us. Don't say a word, he said. We can't speak for the full hour. We need a timer of some kind to ensure that the hour passes. So Asher set the time on his phone. Theodore took us to one of the cells, and that was where we played the midnight game. I asked him why this cell. Who said that door was the best? He said afterward, almost laughing, I found this on some internet forum. I rolled my eyes, and I was about ready to leave. I only stayed because my other friends did, and I didn't want to look like a chicken in front of them, especially Nora. We sat in a circle, passing around the candles. No, 2 were identical. Mine was long, thin, red. Nora's was orange and plump. Theodore's was a black cylinder. Asher's was a yellow stick. Jake had a green stick. Then he explained one last thing before we started. We have to light our candles clockwise, he said. And at the last minute before midnight. Oh, what time is it? Asher pulled out his phone. 11:58. No, 59. Just changed. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and lit his candle first. 1 hour. When is your time? That's all we ask. I went next, and Nora and Asher and Jake rolled their eyes once we'd lit our candles. Theodore held out his hand. We hold our hands, he said, to show the world united in this F-ed up goofiness. I took his hand, but it was nice to have Nora holding mine. Who wants Jake? He grumbled and grabbed Theodore's hand. We all seek to play with you, he continued. 5 people with 5 candles. We seek to play the midnight game with you. Do you seek to play the midnight game with us? Silence. Absolute silence. That was what answered. Theodore opened his mouth to say this was stupid, when I realized how quiet it was. Taking a breath, I felt the air go down my throat, but didn't hear a thing. I tapped my foot against the floor gently. Not a sound. In the pit of my stomach, pure dread settled. I looked over to Theodore in alarm, but he seemed entranced by his candle's flame. "If you wish to play," he said, "give us a sign." His voice penetrated the silence, the only sound any of us could hear. I looked over at Nora, her mouth moving as if she was saying something but nothing was coming out. I glanced over at Jake and Asher, who had expressions that mirrored both Nora's and my own. "Give us a sign," he said suddenly, like he was demanding them to obey him, but not with any genuine force. He was desperate, hoping beyond hope that this would work, that his interest in the occult and the supernatural wasn't pointless, that he would be able to show his faith to his friends again. I could guess that was what was going through his head at the moment. Nothing happened. We waited, breaths held, wondering what we'd gotten ourselves into, but nothing happened. Theodore sighed and opened his mouth to speak. I could see in his eyes the disappointment that this hadn't worked. Did he notice how quiet it was? The black cylinder in front of Theodore was blown out by a gust of air. Theodore froze, staring at the smoke rising from the burnt wick, then quickly pulled out a match and struck it, and relit the candle. He smiled and turned to us. The disappointment was gone, replaced by an excited glee. I don't think he realized the severity of what was going on. "The game is on," he said. "You'll begin in 3, 2... All our candles went out instantly. In a panic to relight them, I didn't notice that the silence was gone. It was only after I stared at my long, thin candle, the red wax melting from the wick, that I realized I could hear the others breathing. I looked up and stared at my friends one by one. They were all as bewildered as I was, save Theodore. I wanted to speak, to say something, but Theodore had said that we couldn't speak for the full hour. After what had happened, I wondered, was something going wrong? The silence was broken by a voice, but it wasn't one of us. "What have we here?" it said, as soft as a child's. "Players set." Another voice, identical to the first. "Players for the midnight game." "It's been so long since we've seen players in that game." What joy," said a third voice. "What joy, what joy." "It's been so long since I've played the midnight game. I'd better play instead." A fourth voice. "What do we do?" "Come to the fifth boy. Let me show you." I didn't even breathe, wondering if I'd imagined the voices. I glanced up at Theodore, whose eyes were wide with excitement and shock. "What the man?" Jake said, breaking the silence. "F this. I'm leaving," he grunted, and as I stared at him, I watched him try to push himself off the ground. I couldn't help but notice the indents forming on the shoulders of his coat, like fingers as thin as pencils. What the F?" Jake spoke softly, his voice quivering. I couldn't help looking around the filthy room. Each one of my friends had eyes as wide as mine. Theodore was glancing behind him at nothing, so it seemed. I wanted to ask him what he was doing, but then my candle went out. I hastily struck a match and lit my candle before turning back to Theodore. He wasn't staring at the wall anymore. He was looking directly at his candle, face pale. Briefly, his wide eyes glanced up and met mine. He didn't need to say a thing to convey his regret, one that I shared. There was a squeaking sound from outside. We all glanced at the door. It was a sharp, painful, metallic, slow squeaking. It seemed to stretch throughout the asylum, and it got closer and closer with each second. In anticipation, we waited for whatever horror would pass by the door. An empty, rusty wheelchair came into view on the other side of the doorframe before it came to a stop, slowly turning its crooked wheels. It faced us. The left front wheel lurched forward into the room suddenly, and then the right one lurched. Slowly, wheel by wheel, into the room until it passed the door and then stopped. "Well," Jake said, the indents on his shoulders tightening. "Shh," said Theodore suddenly. "Shush. You don't want to wake them up, do you?" That phrase sunk in slowly. Wake them. Them. They hadn't woken up yet? The fifth voice continued to speak. "They aren't awake yet," it said. "If they awake, you are done for. Pick up your candles. Get to your feet. It's time to play the midnight game. You know the goal, don't you? Don't wake them up." There was a pause before it continued. As it did, I couldn't help noticing the way that the indents in Jake's shoulders tightened. "But they wake up," it went on. I glanced at each of my friends in turn before turning back to Jake. The fifth voice spoke again. This one's already spoken. They're stirring now, but not yet awake. It's only fair if none of you speak for the rest of the game, is it not? Yes, 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 yes. But can you stop yourselves from screaming? Jake reached up an arm as he was suddenly yanked back into the darkness and vanished. I was about to cry out, but then he reappeared. His face was long and drawn, his hair white, his eyes wide, his entire body shaking. He was old. He opened his mouth, and nothing came out. One player, the fifth voice said, has lost the midnight game. There was a soft giggle from the other four voices. Then all five spoke together. One down, four left. I've heard it said, the oldest and strangest human emotion is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. Speaking from my time playing the midnight game, I can safely say this is true. None of us knew what had happened to Jake, nor did we want to know. Just looking at his gaunt face was enough to send a chill down my spine, and the voices were still speaking in unison. One down, four left. One down, four left. One down, boy. They were chanting it over and over. I put my hand over my ears, trying to block it out, and then my candle went out. I immediately tried to relight it, and I felt a hand touch my arm. I glanced up instantly to find myself looking into Nora's face, covered in panic, as she pointed at the door. I only just struck the match when I heard something moaning. It wasn't one of the voices. It was human. The deep, guttural, feral groan of a man. The voices ceased chanting. Interesting, said the fifth voice. It would appear someone else is here, not a player of the midnight game. There were a few seconds of silence, then a clink of glass from the door. Theodore, Asher, Nora, and I all looked at it. An empty bottle was rising slowly into the air, suspended by invisible hands that left pencil-thin markings in the dust. There was a fifth voice, and then the bottle lurched up into the air before violently dropping onto the floor. It shattered, glass sparkling in the moonlight. A feral scream followed instantly. I barely remember grabbing my candle and booking it out of there. Nora was the first to the door, and I trailed behind her. We both jolted as Nora pushed the wheelchair out of the way, and it landed on its side with a loud crash as part of it cracked. The glass crunched under my shoes and that of my friends. Heavy footsteps were thundering down the hallway towards us, while a horrific screaming accompanied them. I struggled not to yell and scream and panic. Somehow, none of my friends did either. Nora and Asher were sprinting down the hall in front of me, not daring to look back. I wanted to call out and beg them to wait up, but the heavy breathing next to my ear made me pause. I glanced over my shoulder to find Jake's gaunt, pale face following me. His white hair contrasted against the darkness around us. A blank look was on his face, and his unlit candle was clasped in front of his chest. He pushed past me without a glance, something akin to a ghost against the wall as he seemed to glide down the hallway. My candle fell onto the ground, flame going out. I bent down to pick it up and relit it, then heard something else fall onto the ground. Theodore groaned in pain. I looked over, and my heart dropped. Theodore had tripped over the upended wheelchair, dropping his candle, smoke drifting from the burnt wick. Theodore's hands gripped against the broken glass as he lifted one up and reached for the black candle. Shards of glass were stuck in his palm, blood trailing down it. He grabbed the candle, and Theodore began to get to his feet. The thundering footsteps were almost on top of us. I was already rushing back to help Theodore onto his feet, when the candle suddenly lurched out of his hand, spinning across the ground, and then it stopped. Slowly, it lifted in the air, only for it to fly into a curve through the air. Theodore was already on his feet and caught it, already trying to strike a match. I stared with wide eyes as the footsteps rounded the corner at the very end of the hallway. "No," said one of the voices. "No, he's not supposed to. Rules," said the fifth voice, "are to be followed, not bent. But how can we win?" "Not by resorting to cheating," the fifth voice hissed back. "Now, players, do as I told you." But in the moonlight at the end of the hallway, a massive, towering figure lurched into view with a bush of hair. The feral screams became the howls of an animal. I raced forward, grabbing Theodore by the arm, and began dragging him forward. He shook me off, and then fell into step beside me. Behind us, the howling was getting closer. The hallway split into 3 different directions at an intersection. not including the one we were already in. I glanced at Theodore and pointed my finger to the right, then at him. Still running, we were so close. Theodore didn't need to be told twice what to do. The instant we reached the intersection, he took the right, and I turned to follow him. I slipped on a bottle, almost falling to the ground before I could steady myself, then paused, watching me with wide eyes, and turned about to help me when I held up a free hand. The howling was almost on top of us. Without thinking, I began running in the opposite direction. I looked back to see Theodore watching me go with a panicked expression before he ran to the other direction. Then his form was obscured by the lurking, hulking figure that howled at me. It chased me, silent, relentless in its pursuit. I don't know how I managed to evade it, ducking under broken doors that hung out from their frames limply. I swear I could feel its hot breath on the back of my neck, but it never managed to grab me. I knew that if its hands wrapped around my neck, I'd be done for. After I took another corner, then ducked into an abandoned room, its screams grew distant. I kept running, ignoring the way my lungs screamed in protest as I tried to find somewhere to hide. I stopped in what must have been a kitchen. Old pots and pans littered the floor along with knives that were covered with dark rust, spatulas, large serving spoons, and other cooking utensils that I couldn't name. I began frantically looking around, trying to figure out where to hide. I opened one of the old fridges, then gagged at what I saw inside. It was the remains of a rat, covered in fat, wriggling maggots. I slammed the door shut on instinct. There was a grunt from the distance just outside the double doors, and then heavy footsteps. I scolded myself for having been so stupid. The heavy footsteps were getting closer, accompanied by grunting and deranged mumbles. I looked around. I ran to one of the cupboards, opened it, and shoved myself inside. The candle was my only illumination as the footsteps got closer. I glanced down at the edge of the cupboard doors, just a crack so I could breathe. Light from the candle was spilling out of it. Without thinking, I blew out my candle and hunched into the cupboard, already digging in my pocket for the matches. Now the doors burst open, and I froze like a statue. I heard the deep, guttural voice of the crazy man speaking incoherently. The footsteps plodded through the kitchen, kicking anything in their path. A clatter of rust, as something was broken apart. The slamming of a door. Discomfort crept into my body as I crouched inside the cupboard. My back arched. The footsteps continued to creep through the kitchen. Glass crunched close to me, and I cupped a hand over my mouth to stifle my gasps. Smoke drifted upwards from my long, thin candle in my other hand. Footsteps came to a stop directly in front of me, and a shadow fell in front of the cupboard door. The unintelligible mumbling directly in front of me carried a distinct tone of menace to it. Unhinged, I should say. When something shuffled, the shadow moved, and then, under the crack, I could see the bare, filthy feet of a man with yellow fungus-infected toenails. The other foot came into view, and both feet turned, coming to a stop directly in front of my cupboard. The mumbling was replaced by a long, deep sniff, and then something banged on the top of the cupboard. I bit my tongue so hard it began to bleed. Another bang above me, then several more poundings. The man was battering down, howling with rage. Tears began to roll down my face. I was gonna die here, and the battering stopped, as did the howling. I listened closely as I heard a metallic squeak, followed by a door slamming shut. The feet, with yellow claw like toenails, shuffled away. I waited until I heard them growing faint, the unintelligible mumbling fading with them. I pulled out my matches, lit one, and held my candle steady as I put the flame back to the wick. I breathed a sigh of relief. A burning flame was now on top of it, and I had lost the match. Then, slowly, the cupboard door opened, coming to a stop halfway from me. Dust on the inside of the door had been disturbed, showing pencil-thin marks where the dust had been swept away. I waited with bated breath. The door shot forward, and I stood. It didn't slam shut, however. It stopped just before it shut completely, an inch from the cabinet. I jumped inside. I dropped my candle when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I instantly grabbed my candle before the flame could go out, holding it close to my face as I pulled out my phone. It was a text from Nora. My friends and I had set up a group chat for easy contact. I wasn't relieved to see Nora's message, however. What she had sent me made my blood run cold. Ryan, I'm in the basement, and I think I can hear something. I was the first to send a message back. Nora, get out of the basement now. I watched as the 3 small dots appeared in a text box before her reply came through. I can't. There's something upstairs blocking the door. I can hear one of the voices whispering from the top. I think it's singing. I'd opened my mouth when I saw another message. This time, unmistakably from Theodore. Nora, I'll try my best to help you. Asher, Ryan, are you guys with Jake? Asher answered first. I thought he was with one of you guys. My heart skipped a beat, and I grimly sent another message. Guys, Jake isn't with me. There weren't any text boxes with small dots for a few seconds. It was silent. Then, just when I saw Theodore begin to type, it happened. There was a sharp scraping sound like stones were being dragged along a metallic ground. The asylum began to shake and lurch. Not like an earthquake was happening beneath our feet. It was different. It was like the asylum was moving. A voice spoke right next to my ear. They are stirring. Then Nora sent another message. Guys, something's wrong down here. Something really wrong. I'm not alone. I'm scared. I can hear something screaming up. I don't think it's human. Damn it, Theodore. Why'd you convince us to play this game? Theodore was just beginning to answer when the shaking stopped. Outside the cupboard, a dull green light was oozing into the crack. My phone buzzed. I checked. A new message. It was Asher. Guys, you're gonna laugh, but looking out the window, I don't think we're on Earth anymore. Not on Earth anymore. How in the hell could we not be on Earth anymore? They texted as much to Asher. His response chilled me to the bone. Guys, I can see outside. The green light. I think it's a star. Nora was the first to respond. This is F Ed up. Damn it, Theodore. You're an idiot. You didn't tell us this game would take us off our planet. I didn't know, Theodore answered. I wanted to know if there was something out there. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Well, something is out there, and it's toying with us. Are you happy, Theodore? I supplied an end to Nora's argument before it could escalate. Cool it. Do we have to figure out how to get out of here? Look, we have about an hour at least, but we need to find Jake. Theodore, is there anything else you can remember about the rules of the midnight game? I can't. I didn't sit. I'm so sorry. I went into this half prepared. I just read the basic rules. Something occurred to me as Nora began to type. I voiced it in the group chat. Hey, how are we still texting each other? Nora's text box vanished and was replaced with Asher's. I'm not so sure actually. Somehow we still have a connection. You shouldn't take that for granted. If we lose this connection, we're screwed. You have to stay together. Nora, you said that you're in the basement, right? I'll try to get over there and help you. Theodore, Ryan. Try to find Jake. We'll meet in the cell where it all started, okay? What about the crazy guy? Someone had to say it. Might as well be me. I waited intently for a reply, the flickering flame on my candle keeping the green light from outside at bay. Asher was the only one to respond. I don't know. Just try to avoid him. Affirmative texts followed. Okay. Good luck, guys. Stay safe. I waited a few minutes, but no new messages appeared in the group chat. That left me with one option. I had to get out of the cupboard. Carefully, I pushed open the door with my foot. The entire kitchen was bathed in the sickly green light from outside. I couldn't help myself, and I glanced out the window to the source. High above us in the dark sky was a burning ball of gas, the color of a corpse. The landscape was almost identical to the forest that we'd gone through to reach this asylum. The trees stood tall above the ground. Ferns, grass, and flowers dotted the fields. But it was gray, just barren and lifeless. Nothing moved. I had my phone in my pocket. I picked up a knife, if only to convince myself I could fight back against whatever we were up against. The knife was coated with rust, and the handle was worn away, revealing the metal skeleton beneath. Parts of the blade had been chipped away, leaving a jagged edge. I pushed open the doors of the kitchen slowly, imagining a hulking shape of a man waiting on the other side. His arms would shoot out, grab my neck, and nothing. There was nothing, just an empty hallway. spray paint covering the walls while the sickly green sunlight poured in from outside. Where was he? "Be careful," said a voice next to my ear. "There are worse things than people in this place." Something brushed my hair. It felt like a swarm of 5 thin, hard worms. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, and never stop running, but I couldn't bring myself to move an inch. Like I was a statue, I was rooted to the spot. A distant, inhuman howl came down the hall. It made me move. Melted wax dripped onto my skin. I didn't care. I walked slowly down the hallway, knife held in my shaking hand. Every step was made with a gentle touch in case I made the slightest noise. The only thing I could hear was my breathing, which echoed off the walls around me. I clamped my mouth shut. The breathing didn't stop. "Fear," said a voice. One of the 5 voices from the cell. "Fear. You are afraid." My candle went out. I dropped my knife. I struggled to relight it, and by the time I had, my heart was pounding in my chest. I just picked up my knife again, and there was an enormous crash from down the hall in front of me, followed by that inhuman howl. I remained frozen, looking at the end of the hallway. A massive window waited for me. The green light that passed through it, casting an eerie haze. Shadows seemed to converge together. A figure slowly appeared, undeniably human, but with pencil-thin fingers, elongated limbs. The head that formed was hideous in its outline, a caricature of a human face. I could make out fat lips that stuck out too far from the face, twisted teeth that stabbed through the gums. Green crooked eyes glared at me hatefully, while strands of thin hair hung off a tumorous rut in the head. The figure moved, then vanished. I gripped my candle tighter, Ryan. I spun around, a face behind me, carnal in Jake's voice. "Ryan." I spun around again, facing behind. That wasn't Jake talking. I continued walking slowly, hand gripping the knife as I was assaulted by a friend's disembodied voice, repeating my name, always from a new location. In front of me one instant, behind me the next, above me, beneath me, inside me even. "Ryan, Ryan, Ryan, Ryan." I wanted to scream, make it go away, but I couldn't make a sound. I would break the rules if I did. I just kept walking. I was mounting a set of stairs when a glass bottle covered in dust rolled across the top step and gently began to descend the stairs I was on. It passed me by, and I watched it. Something was in the dust. I bent quickly, grabbed the neck of the bottle, picking it up and holding it to my face. My name was written in the dust. Petite. That wasn't all. "Ryan, it's behind you." I knew it was a trap. I dropped the bottle. I continued up the stairs. The window pane was waiting for me at the top. When I reached the last step, a small squeak made me freeze. I turned to the window. Dust and grime covered it like the bottle, and an invisible finger was slowly dragging a thin line down one side of it. But it stopped. Another thin line stretched out from the bottom, eventually making a capital R. I watched as my name was written on the window, but that wasn't all. "Ryan, they are what lies beneath. Nora's going to wake them up, Ryan. She's going to scream. They will wake up." I turned away from the window and entered the 3rd floor. I didn't know how I was going to find Jake. I just thought that he might be up here. My phone buzzed. I quickly stopped, tucked the knife into the crook of my arm, and pulled it out. A text message from Theodore. "Guys, I found the door to the basement. There's 2 hospital beds stacked against it. I can't move them. I can't get Nora out. You don't make too much noise." I texted it back, otherwise that crazy man might hear you, and then someone screamed. I froze, looking up from my phone. I knew that voice. My heart went cold when the screaming stopped. One single thought raced through my head. From "They got her." "2 down," said a voice next to my ear. "3 left. 2 down. 3 left." The voice giggled. "You're going to lose the midnight game." I ignored it. I pulled up my phone. I checked for any messages. Nothing. My friends began typing a text as my candle went out. In my haste to relight it, I once again had to drop my knife and stow away my phone. Candles relit. A sharp noise from behind me made me turn around. I'll never forget what I saw. Jake, his face gaunt and pale, his eyes sunk deep into his face, his hair white, arms crossed over his body. I blinked in surprise and began running towards him, willing myself not to scream his name. Jake remained stock still as I wrapped my arms around him, careful not to burn him with my candle. Then, he spoke. I felt my blood run cold. It wasn't the voice of my friend since kindergarten. It was a hollow, distant, empty voice no human being could have made. There was no cadence to it at all. I let go of Jake when I stepped back from him, looking into his haunted eyes. I felt something stir within me, a pit of primal fear, raw in its simplicity. Run, Ryan. He took a step forward, and I ran. I ran as fast as I could, not daring to stop for even a second, like a rat in the walls. I turned each corner with complete carelessness. Spray-painted words in red, black, purple, and other colors passed me by. They spoke to me. They are what lies beneath. They stir. They're waking. What happens when they wake? I'm sure it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I'm sure of it because I didn't dare try to consider the idea that it wasn't. By the time I stopped running, I was in a room with a rusty steel table, moldy curtains, on a tray with twisted surgical instruments, in the operating room. That's what this was. It was obvious at a glance. Something moved in the corner. My eyes snapped to it. It was a rat. A big black rat with two dark eyes that stared into me. It sat on its hind legs, nose twitching as its front paws were held out in front of it. It winked, then turned around and darted into the corner. Literally. The pink tail slithered into the wall through a hole. My candle was still gripped in my hand. I tightened my grip. I was unwilling to take my eyes off the corner. The fifth voice spoke in my ear. "Ah," it said, "how interesting. A rat that winks. What do you think taught it to do that?" It paused. I felt something lightly touch my shoulder. A gust of warm air blew over my ear before it spoke again. "Do you think you could fit in the walls if you tried?" The rat appeared in the hole, head tilted impatiently. Its nose twitched, and then it suddenly sprang out, rushing across the floor towards me. I almost screamed when it reached my leg. Then it jumped into the air next to me and stopped in midair, claws latching onto something invisible as its teeth began furiously chewing. The fifth voice seemed so amused. It cut my leg somehow. I could feel its gaze focus on me. "Are you gonna turn down a gift horse?" I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, shuffling, patient steps, and a dry, empty husk of a voice saying, "My name." Getting closer. Jake. That thing had found me. It never lost me. I took my chance. I ran towards the corner. I knew that I wouldn't be able to fit through the rat hole, but somehow a part of me that hadn't been used for generations, since the days of cavemen, knew that I had to get into the wall. I began kicking at it, imagining that it would take a good few kicks to knock it down. It fell apart on the first kick. There was a squeak from behind me, and I didn't get the chance to turn around before the rat rushed past my leg and through the widened hole. I followed instantly. The space between the walls was cramped, yet wide enough for me to walk through. My candle guided my every step, keeping the rat in view the whole time. When it turned a corner, I followed. I didn't think about why Trans-Allegheny Asylum had walls large enough to accommodate a person, let alone someone my age, until later. When my phone buzzed, the rat stopped and turned around, looking right at me. I paused. The rat seemed annoyed at this as it squeaked, nodding its head. I took the hint, and I pulled out my phone. It was a message from Theodore. "Guys, I got Nora out of the basement. We're heading to the front entrance. I can't find Asher or Jake. What about you, Ryan?" I began to reply when Theodore sent another message. "Wait, I hit Asher. He's in the west wing." My eyes widened. I immediately changed my message. "Theodore, don't go near Asher. Don't go near Jake. Find somewhere to hide, and I'll come get you. Just reply to me." Before Theodore could. "Ryan, what are you talking about?" I began typing when I heard a scream. It wasn't Theodore. It wasn't Nora. It was an inhuman, howling scream from directly beneath me. The rat squealed again, agitated. From beneath me, I heard footsteps pounding across the floor. From behind me came a slow, distant voice. "Ryan." I looked at the rat and stuffed my phone away. I was about to grab the knife when I realized something. I'd lost the knife when I dropped it earlier. That thing spoke again, coming closer. "Ryan, I'm coming." The rat turned away and began running. I followed it. I kept following it until a hole opened up in the floor. It seemed to swarm and convulse like a mouth opening to reveal the darkness beneath. The rat went first, and I followed. I didn't think. I just jumped. A sharp pain raced through my legs when I hit the ground, and I hissed through gritted teeth. I took in my surroundings. Rats. More big black rats, all staring right at me. There was a rustle. Some of them swarmed upwards into the closed hole. The rest regarded me with a suspicious glare, almost like they were accusing me of something. I held my candle up as I slowly turned around, seeing the entire room was covered by rats. Far more rats than I'd ever seen, or would see again. And in the candlelight, their incisors gleamed when a few opened their mouths. One of the rats crawled forward. I paused, looking down at the rat as it stood on its hind legs. It waved at me, then turned around and chirped. The other rats got it and cleared away, revealing the door on the other side. I could see the hallway, illuminated by the green sunlight. The rat looked back up at me for a moment, and then rushed forward and crawled underneath. I just managed to reach the door myself, and the door opened on its own. The rat was sitting patiently on the other side. Slowly, I poked my head out the door, and I looked down the hall, checking first to my right and my left. Empty. The hall was completely empty. I breathed a sigh of relief, and then my candle went out. I didn't panic when my candle went out. Honestly, I was getting used to it, and lighting it again wasn't hard. The practice I'd been getting since the game started had made it easier. One scratch, and I had a lit match. The rat watched as I lit the candle with practice that was almost human. When I finished, its nose twitched. It resumed scurrying down the hallway, so I followed it without further ado, closing the door behind me as I did. It was odd following that rat. There seemed to be some kind of purpose to its movements, like it was following the steps of a plan. Each step it took was done with confidence that I felt ashamed to envy. The green sunlight from outside seemed to have taken on a darker tone, like it was decaying. When I passed by the window, I glanced outside. The entire world was still gray, barren, lifeless. There was a buzz on my phone, and I pulled it out of my pocket. It was from Nora. "Ryan, where are you? I've lost Theodore. You were right. Something's wrong with Asher. And there are these rats everywhere." "I've never seen rats this big before," I replied immediately. "Look, I think the rats are on our side, okay? So just, I don't know how to say it, but don't be scared of them." I knew messages from Theodore and Nora. "Ryan, thank God you're okay. I'm following one of the rats right now. Do you guys know what time it is?" I looked at the top of my phone. It was 12:47. Nora's text sent a shiver down my spine. It was the exact same time I saw. The scream came down the hallway. I jumped, nearly dropping my candle as I spun around. Another text message. "Did you guys hear that?" "Yeah," I answered. "What was that? Don't you mean who was that?" I paused again, realizing I didn't know if it was Nora or Theodore that I was talking with. My thumb hovered over the buttons, unable to even type. Another text appeared. "Who is this?" That text came from Nora. The next one answered her question. "Asher." My tongue became a lump in my mouth. My mouth went dry. There was another inhuman scream, then a thundering of footsteps. "Asher's coming, guys." That text didn't come from either Theodore or Nora. A tug on my pant leg made me look down. The rat was staring up at me, agitated, then turned to stare at the end of the hallway. I followed its gaze. From down the end of the hallway came the cracking of glass, and a husky voice called my name. The rat immediately took off in the opposite direction. I didn't need any more prodding to follow. When a door opened, seemingly by itself, I ducked into it after the rat. I nearly slammed the door shut, but it closed before I could even get my hand on the rusty knob. I knew damn well whoever it was would be able to find me, so I needed to barricade the door shut somehow. I began frantically looking around for either a chair or something else to use to prop against the door. The rat's chirp caught my attention. It was standing on an operating table. Without hesitation, I began to push it against the door, upending it so that the wheels weren't on the ground as the top was shoved against the door. The rat chirped again. It was pushing itself against an old wheelchair, which I immediately pushed up to support the operating table. and then I ducked down, making sure my head was out of sight. The door's single rectangular window. Footsteps came shuffling down the hallway. I held my breath and clenched my fist around the candle, turning it so a little light would shine outside the glass as possible. The footsteps were light even as they came closer to the door. I glanced over at the rat, whose body rose and fell in quick succession. It was watching the door, the same as me. The footsteps stopped. A shadow blocked. The sunlight coming in from outside. I heard breathing. Who was it? Jake? Asher? The voice that spoke was so hollow, so empty of even cadence. I couldn't tell, save that it had once been human. Ryan, do you want to know where we are? I clamped my lips shut, hand over my mouth and nose. My heart was hammering in my chest. The voice continued speaking. We never left Earth. My heart skipped a beat. We're still on our planet, the voice continued. We're just seeing it as it really is, as it will always be. This is what it looks like beneath our nose. Human eyes have never been able to notice it. They're always so blind to what reality is, unable to see beyond their own arrogance. This is what it is like to live as a rat. See the world for what it is. The doorknob rattled and slowly began to turn until it unlatched. The door shook as something banged against it. The makeshift barricade shuddered under the blow. Another bang, and another, and another. The barricade shook under the assault, tending to struggle under the strain. Open the door, Ryan, the voice said. Let me in. I closed my eyes. The voice kept speaking. Let me in, Ryan. Just open the door, and let me in. Open the door. Then, in the distance, came a scream. A girl's scream. Oh God, it couldn't be her. Not her. And just like that, the banging stopped. Footsteps began to shuffle away, but the voice kept speaking. The midnight game will end soon. Very soon. It'll all be over soon. It'll all be over. I waited until the voice completely vanished before daring to move. The rat scrambled up from my grasp and onto the barricade, looking down at me. It was harder to remove the barricade than it had been to make it. By the time I opened the door, I couldn't help but notice how the sunlight had changed again. Now, the shade was less sickly. It was still the color of corpse skin. I was already beginning to follow the rat when there was a rumble under my feet, like an earthquake. Then a distant echo like the rattling of chains. What's going on? I mumbled, then stopped, realizing what I'd done. The rat turned around and stared at me with two black eyes. I'd just broken a rule. I thought I'd hear a voice in my ears saying that I was the third player to lose the midnight game. I'd feel its hands grab onto my shoulders and drag me away into the darkness. I'd end up like Jake and Asher. Nothing of the sort happened. I pulled up my phone to text the others when someone else beat me to it. Not long now. It was a distant rumble behind me. My phone screen suddenly turned to static, a rainbow of colors flashing across the screen. I tried to turn it off, but no matter how hard I held my finger on the off button, it stayed on. I gritted my teeth together, and I stuffed my phone back in my pocket before looking at the rat. The rat suddenly raised its head high in the air, letting out a high-pitched squeak. For a brief moment, everything was still. Then the walls bulged. Plaster burst open as a swarm of rats flooded out and crawled out of the floor, assembling behind the one I'd been trusting as my guide. They all stood to attention, staring at me. Then the guide squealed again, and the rats moved. They grabbed onto each other's tails with their mouths, squirming into shapes on the ground. My eyes widened when they stopped. The rats had formed themselves into words, the actual words that I could read. The midnight game is ending, they said. Each rat save the guide remained perfectly still as my eyes darted across them. What lies beneath is almost awake. Only 2 players remain now. The other team is coming for you. The rats let go of their tails and shifted into new letters, making a new sentence. Only one needs to survive to win the midnight game, to try to find somewhere to hide until the game ends. I felt my eyes widen at the rats. I shook my head grimly. The rats shifted again. My guide remained still, expression unchanged. Your friends can be regained if you only survive. The King of Terrors does play fair. I blinked, squinting in confusion. Then I heard the 5th voice speak. It came from behind me, far away but undeniably close. Ah, there you are. I wonder how the rats told you my title yet. Those footsteps behind me. I slowly turned around. In the green sunlight, the shadows had again converged together. The shape they made was nearly identical to the one I'd seen before, but it was taller, thinner, more regal in how it held itself. The game is ending, the fifth voice said. I have to set up my endgame now. Otherwise, I can hardly call myself the king, can I? I turned around. The other rats had vanished. Only my guide remained. It was already darting forward onto a ledge when something grabbed my shoulders. I admit, the king said, I am impressed by your resilience for a player your age. You handle yourself admirably. Your self-control is the challenge I've yearned for. Please, when you do end up screaming in fear, know that I shall not take much satisfaction in losing a worthy opponent. I was pulled back suddenly, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, it was to complete darkness. Then a pinprick of light appeared. A sickly green, purple, magenta. So many colors. Colors I couldn't even begin to name. All swarming around me. My eyes widened. They burned under the glare of the colors. The vast cascade of colors. The shape took form. And then something scrambled across my face. Tiny feet gripping into my skin as a hairless tail dangled over my cheek. The fur of the rat pressed against my face, blocking my vision. I could feel its hot breath against my ear. My guide's whiskers twitching in terror that I shared. Something roared. A distant, echoing, unearthly roar so vast it seemed to be coming from the edge of the universe itself. Chains rattled. More roars joined in. Roars I couldn't even begin to describe. I'd never heard anything like them. They were almost singing, like they were one massive chorus, all joining into one symphony human ears should never hear. I could feel it ringing in my ears, and something wet beginning to drip out of them. My body shook and rattled. A vast wind washed over me, pushing me back, fluctuating from freezing to scalding in a fraction of a second. The rat began to scream. Something grabbed my hand. I landed on my back. The wind was gone. So were the colors. As I blinked, I could see the underside of the rat. It was moving. As I slowly pulled it off my face, I found myself looking up at a ceiling bathed in sunlight, the color of corpse skin. The shadow appeared above me. You survived, the voice said, sounding unimpressed and almost lucky to have a rat with you. But the midnight game isn't over yet, Ryan. We're in the last 10 minutes. The king chuckled. This is always when it gets the most fun. Something dropped onto my chest. I grabbed it. I held it up to my face. It was a plump orange candle. Hide, the king said, and play on your own. In all the centuries I've lived, I've learned one little thing which you humans fear. I'm gonna come at you with every ounce of fear I can muster. So please, light your candles and don't disappoint me. The king chuckled. I could hear something. No, several something, shuffling nearby. After all, the king said softly, you're the last player for your team. Yes, the last player. I was the only one left. I was the only chance at winning. All I had. 10 minutes. I didn't like the other candle. Just my own. Holding 2 lit candles in both hands would be a hindrance, not an advantage. The soft chuckle of the king was undoubtedly impressive. Sacrificing an advantage that would prove an obstacle for a more secure position, it mused. I thought you would see through that trick. Wait, if it knew I would see through it, it must have some other kind of backup plan. I was already scrambling to my feet, candle gripped tightly in my hands, when my friends began to move forward, or the rat did. It wasn't beside me anymore. I was frantically looking around for my friend, who'd helped me nearly the whole game when I saw Nora's face. White hair, gaunt cheeks, pale skin, eyes sunken into her head. She was smiling so wide, her skin cracked. Theodore was beside her. The only difference was that his skin was a slightly brighter shade. Asher and Jake on the other side too. Smiling right at me so wide, their cheeks cracked. I nearly screamed, but my mouth remained clamped shut. I held a candle out in front of me as a meager kind of protection. My friends stopped in their tracks, all smiling at me with unblinking eyes. Their eyelids didn't even twitch. Something brushed past my neck, slowly, tentatively, trailing across the nape. Air whooshed over my ears, and the hair tenderly wrapped around my shoulders. Let me show you, the king whispered. What it is to be afraid. I shut my eyes tight, and then I heard my friends giggling with husky voices and a slow shuffling of their footsteps. When my eyelids snapped open, Nora's face was inches from the candle. I stumbled back, nearly falling over. I thought I was going to hit the thing behind me, but I didn't. I kept walking back away from my friends until I hit the wall. Where the hell was that rat? My friend stopped. Sickly green light began gently descending onto them. I looked up to see holes in the ceiling. The sky was plainly visible, and so was the green sun that floated across it. It filled the entire sky, growing brighter and brighter with every passing second. I could see the cells of it pulsing like a heart, and slowly the sun began to shrink, seeming to pull into itself. Then, in a blinding flash of light, it expanded. I covered my eyes, trying to block it. I learned, recently, it takes 7 minutes for light to reach the earth from the Sunday. That knowledge made me think that I was about to die, and I realized I should already be dead. I looked back up. The sun hadn't changed. A portrait of the king bird. I admit, of course, one day the sun you humans orbit will die and consume your world. Will it be today? Tomorrow? In your grandson's lives? Who knows? Does that keep you up at night? Sometimes it did, but I couldn't say a word. A shuffling in front of me got my attention. My friends were moving again. I kept holding out the candle, keeping that at bay, and then it went out. In a few seconds, I'd be able to relight it. I couldn't take my eyes off my friends. Then they began to break off in the group, moving to the side. I kept my back against the wall as I moved away, then paused. Asher and Jake slowly shuffled to keep me off. I glanced from one to the other at Nora and Theodore, all staring at me with smiles and unblinking eyes, trying to formulate a plan. Something occurred to me. None of them had laid a hand on me. They had ample opportunity to do so, but they didn't take the chance. Why didn't they? Unless the king only needed me to scream to win. It didn't need to harm me, and harming me to get a scream out of me would be cheating. It wouldn't count as real fear, would it? I took a step forward slowly. My friends backed away. I took another step. So did they. Slowly, I kept walking until the plump orange candle was at my feet again. I bent down. I picked it up, lit it with my own candle, and then set it at my feet. My friends were still smiling at me without even blinking, surrounding me. But my fear of them had not evaporated. It lessened. You've caught on, the king whispered. You've caught on to the secret. Very astute. How odd that one so young should be so astute, so calm, with such self-control and resilience as you. Why attempt? Why would you have such talent? Were you born with it, or? The king let out a quiet hum. Was it nurtured? I spun around, staring from one smiling gaunt face to another. Who nurtured your talents? The king whispered. Do they mean, was it your parents? My hair began to stand on end. The king seemed to press its advantage. Do you love your parents? Do they? Do they know you're here? No. You're playing the midnight game a bit. My bottom lip was hard. A small trickle of blood ran down my chin. Talk, the king said, not teasingly. You shouldn't hurt yourself like that. The next time it spoke, it was right next to my ear. If you ever wanted to kill a man. My breath hitched in my throat as I inhaled sharply through my nostrils. Does that frighten you? I couldn't answer. The king hummed again. I see. That is your fear. Someone as young as you shouldn't have such desires, and that frightens you. It was gentle as it spoke. In your heart, you imagine finding the people who hurt you, taking their lives with your own hands. In your heart lies a darkness that really found me in such a young heart. The king paused. Then I heard its voice silently whisper. Another responded. I see. In a single instant, the entire room became silent, like at the start of the midnight game, when I couldn't even hear myself breathe with the beating of my heart, to laughter. Laughter began filling the room. A sick, twisted, mocking laughter. The laughter was identical to mine. I felt something slide across my shoulders, but my hair didn't sit on the edge. I was already covered in goosebumps. It's odd. While I was terrified, when the game started, having spent nearly an entire hour afraid, I didn't feel like screaming anymore. I'd grown almost numb to fear, the king said. Time is passing quickly, but this was inevitable. Soon enough, an empty threat of fear stops being effective, leaving one recourse. Something grabbed my shoulders, and I turned instinctively, expecting to see nothing. I didn't. All I saw were gnarled knuckles and fingers ending in black nails curved like claws. In fear, I was pulled backwards and tossed across the ground with ease. My candle fell from my hands, landing on the ground. It went out instantly. I blinked in shock at what I saw standing above me. It was a gray, malformed ellipse. It was cracked in several places, revealing twisted teeth that pushed through them, rows of them growing out of the gums between the lips while two gleaming eyes, both the color I couldn't possibly name, stared down at me. This was the King of Terrors, wasn't it? I was only looking at its head, but that was all it took for whatever courage I'd mustered to begin leaving me. And now the king said softly, bending into a crouch. My friends were behind it, mimicking its movements with uncanny precision. I finally saw. I saw something in their empty eyes. The same thing that I could see in the king's eyes. The same little gleam. Its lips didn't move as it spoke. The game, and its gaze locked on mine. I could feel invisible strings linking us together. Like worms, they slithered through my eyelids and into my head. A scream began to rise in my throat. It was at that moment the rat came back. The first thing I heard was its shrill chirp, then an enraged howl, before there was an immense thundering, then a set of doors, which I hadn't noticed in my haste, burst open, and a man with a ghastly beard burst through, rushing toward the group in front of me. I saw something black rush past his feet as he barreled into Asher and Nora. The king spun around for a moment, then vanished. So pleased, amused. So that was when Asher's alarm went off. I can't explain what happened next. Only that when the asylum began to shake, the walls fell away. Not the walls of the building. More like the pieces of the world around me dissolved down to their very atoms. We began to fall away, like wet mud sliding off a window. What was revealed was a vast, seething mass. The closest thing I compare it to was a maggot. But that's not right either. Whatever it was sleeping, and it was just on the edge of my vision. I barely noticed it at all, and then a small feet crawled up my arm and onto my face, blocking my vision again. No, not get off my face. My friends and I were back in the cell where it all started. There, all passed out clutching candles, leaving me the only one to see. The candles had all melted down to the bottom. I had to wait until they woke up before we left, and none of them had any memory of the midnight game or what happened after the candles went out the first time. None of them asked me what happened either, and I can't bring myself to tell them. As we left, I couldn't help glancing over my shoulder every now and then. The feet we left by other visitors served as a reminder that we weren't the first to come here or to leave. I wondered about that howling man. I think he was somehow with us during the game. Not entirely sure if I imagined it all. Sometimes at night, I lie awake, too afraid to sleep. I have something else to keep me up now, along with the thoughts that my dad would come into my bed again. Even though he's rotting in a cell somewhere, I learned how to stop myself from screaming. Made sure that he didn't enjoy it as much. I never thought that would help me with something like this. As we left the asylum, I considered how I felt about Nora, and honestly, I couldn't see anything happening between us. No, we were young, or better, as friends, and that's how it stayed. Since then, even though my friends don't remember what happened when we played the midnight game, it felt like it drew us together somehow, made our bond stronger. I could have been the only one to notice it, but they never said anything. Sometimes when I see a rat, it'll lock its gaze with mine, and it'll just stay there staring at me, but no one else ever notices. Passing a number, I need your help, Samuel. His usually calm and collected voice suddenly became anxious. I put the phone to my ear and answered, "Okay, what do you need?" "I'm taking a group up Cat Mountain tonight, but I'm busy. Can you help me?" Logan and I are guides for Summit Trekkers, a company that organizes hikes out of town. Our expeditions are popular with urbanites looking to experience nature in just a few hours. Lately, Summit Trekkers has been promoting midnight hikes, post-sunset hikes along easy trails, often with campfires and s'mores. I've led a few groups up Prospect Mountain, but so far, Logan has had a monopoly on Cat Mountain. I've never even led a day trip up there. Oh man, you know I would if I could, but I'm leading the Prospect Mountain hike tonight. Oh, okay. Hey, I can switch places with you if you want. And I was confused. They're not going at the same time? I thought you said you were busy. Yeah, right, just the Cat Mountain Trail, Samuel. The wind was barely audible over the phone, other than a slight whistling. I can't hike tonight. What do you mean? I just need a change of pace, you know? Logan laughed, but his voice was a little harsh. I guess I can't hike forever. So can you replace me? I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that Logan wasn't telling me anything. Still, I owed him a lot for all the times he'd helped me out in my time of need, so I said, okay, thanks, Samuel. You're the one. I pulled up in front of the 7-Eleven amid the rumble of thunder. The weather had started out gloomy and was getting worse. 2 of the group had called to cancel, leaving 7 people, 8, including me. When I turned off the engine, I saw the group of 7 huddled outside the sliding glass door. Sorry, everyone. I'm late, I shouted through the pouring rain as I opened the car door. The group piled into the van, stripped off their wet rain gear, and shook the water from their hair. I'm Samuel, I said with a smile, and you must be the bravest people in town to be hiking in this weather. I pointed out the pouring rain, and the group cheered in unison. Eager to get going, I quickly introduced myself to the group and handed out waivers. Over the rustling of ballpoint pens, I remembered Logan's call. After I agreed to take on the Cat Mountain hike, we reviewed the route together. Logan assured me it was an easy hike. In fact, what he said was, my 2-year-old can do it. But I pressed him on the areas. I studied the trail map, my eyes scanning the crisscrossing red lines. You'll start from the parking lot and drive on Route 87. See where the blue trail starts? Just follow it to Lake George. It's a straight line. Logan paused for a moment, then added, there's just one thing to watch out for. See where the red trail meets the blue trail, just over a mile? I traced the line with my finger, stopping at the intersection. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's easy to take the wrong turn in this forest. Just watch the signs, and whatever you do, don't miss the turn onto the blue trail. Logan's voice trailed off, almost to a whisper. Don't take the red trail. I shivered at Logan's warning, wondering why he was so worried about the red trail. Well, why not? What do you mean, why not? You'll never get back to the car if you go off the trail, you idiot. His voice returned to its usual cheerful tone, and I dropped the subject. Sitting in the front seat of the car, surrounded by eager hikers, I shivered again. Rain pounded against the windshield like thunder, and my heart raced with it. Calm down, Samuel, I chided myself, flashing a victorious smile. I turned back to the group. My name is Samuel, I said as I collected the signed waivers. I've been working with Summit Trekkers for almost a year now, and I've been hiking all over the world for practically my whole life. I decided not to tell them I never hiked this particular trail before. Tonight's trip is going to be a fairly easy one, as long as everyone brings their required gear. I ran down my mental checklist. Does everybody have water, snacks, and a flashlight? Nods all around. I turned to Dylan, who climbed into the passenger seat. All right, man, you're the DJ for the drive. Dylan grinned and flipped the radio to a classic rock station, and I pulled out onto the road. We were off to Cat Mountain. Well, I think we lucked out, I said as I pulled into the park and ride, staring up at the sky. Looks like the rain's stopping. And sure enough, the rain had slowed to a drizzle, and I could even see the darkening sky through patches in the clouds. The sun had already dipped behind the mountain, but if only the clouds would clear, the moon would be bright and big in the sky tonight. The group piled out into the parking lot. Brooke, a college-aged woman with a shock of blonde hair, jumped out first, followed by her friend Mia, a pretty Asian woman. Dylan, an IT tech in his late 20s, hopped out clumsily from the passenger seat. On the ride over, he revealed that this was his very first hike. Next out of the van was Kevin and Laura, a cheery, middle-aged couple. They were on their 3rd trip with Summit Trekkers, they said. though this was their first trip up Cat Mountain. The sixth hiker was Sophia, a shy, heavyset woman who'd signed up for the hike along with a friend from work. That friend had canceled at the last minute on account of the rain, but Sophia didn't seem discouraged. That just left Hunter, a quiet guy with a fiery red beard who'd only uttered a soft hello during the half-hour-long drive to the mountain. My group, now. Laura stretched as Brooke and Mia posed for pictures in front of the van. I pulled my pack out of the back seat, grunting as I hoisted it over my shoulders. The bag was laden with a few pieces of firewood and 2 full bottles of water. Okay guys, I need a volunteer. I have some pretty heavy things I need you to carry to the lake for me. The hesitant looks turned to smiles as I pulled 2 bags of marshmallows out of the back. Kevin and Laura both threw a bag into their packs, and Sophia grabbed the graham crackers and chocolate. We set off across the damp grass toward the beginning of the trail. I could see 3 blue markers on a large tree trunk. I stopped the group in front of the tree. Now, we're gonna stay on this path. I tapped the tree with my hand. The blue path tonight, all the way to the lake. As your guide, I'll be up front the whole time, following the trail. But you should still learn to read the markers. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it at the blue rectangles. They shone brightly in the light. I gave the hikers a rundown on the shapes and symbols used to mark the trails in the area, and what each one meant. I see the next one, Dylan shouted. His flashlight beam glinted off a blue marker a little ways down the trail. Excellent, that's where we're headed. The 8 of us set off into the forest, with darkness fast approaching. Our flashlights had come out about 10 minutes into the hike, once twilight had decidedly turned to night. Tonight, I'd equipped my headlamp, and I glanced back every now and then to make sure the group was keeping up. And sure enough, each time, I counted 7 bouncing lights in a line behind me. Once everyone had crossed the bridge, we stopped for a water break. Despite the chilly night air, I stripped off my jacket, and the rest of the hikers followed suit. Nothing like some good hiking to get the blood pumping. Does anyone know where to go from here? I asked. The path was clear, but I wondered who'd been keeping an eye on the markers. Beams of light crisscrossed the night air as everyone tried to find the marker. There it is, Hunter said, speaking aloud for the first time in ages. Now wait, that one's the wrong color. Surprised, I twisted my head to see where his light was pointing, but he had already swung the beam further into the woods. I shone my own flashlight into the brush, but it was only met with dark forest. Hunter, I said, what color marker did you see? It looked red to me, he said. I think. A slow chill crept its way up my spine. The red trail shouldn't be this close, not yet. Logan's words came back to me. Do not go down the red trail. Oh, I think I see the blue one, Brooke cried. She pointed to the shining blue rectangle, just a few yards away from the red marker. Excellent, Brooke, I said, brushing off the sense of unease that had wormed its way into my mind. We're about a third of the way to the lake, guys. You're doing great. Let's just keep up a good pace. Brooke saw it first a moment later. I ducked my head, staring at the slippery rocks, when she said, So, it's a right turn, right? There, she said, pointing to the tree I'd just passed. There were 2 sets of signs taped to the bark, red leading left and blue leading straight right. I almost turned left onto the red trail. I paused. You're right. That was a lucky catch, I said absently. I stared down the dark path ahead, my hands balled into fists. He'll go straight through there. Brooke laughed. We'll never get to the lake. Yeah. My breath hitched in the cold. Something was wrong, but I couldn't quite place it. Logan's vague warning had caught my attention. That was all. Maybe he didn't mean it. I shook my head, trying to shake off the fear creeping into my mind. As I turned my head to the sides, the headlights dancing through the woods, I realized something was wrong. There was no light reflecting off the trail ahead. My faithful headlamp, which could light up even the deepest woods at night, couldn't even penetrate the darkness in front of me. I could see the trail a few feet away and a few bushes around it, but after that there was nothing. Just darkness. It was like a hole in the world. What's at the end of the red trail? Brooke asked. I think for the second time. She had already started down the blue trail but was still looking back at me curiously. I tore my eyes away and caught up with her. The 7 dancing lights followed me up and away from the eerie darkness. I don't know. Oh. Brooke looked up in amazement. That's amazing. Sophia, gasped in amazement. I haven't seen the sky like this in so long. Look at the stars. The sky had cleared by the time we emerged from the woods, and with the moon shining brightly, even I had to admit it was a beautiful sight. I almost gasped when we came over the slope and saw the lake. The water sparkled in the moonlight, and the mountains in the distance were a spectacular black. Nothing compares to this view, Laura said gratefully. She and Kevin stood arm in arm by the still water, admiring the vista. I unloaded the firewood from my pack and went about starting a campfire. Brooke and Mia offered a hand. With the help of a bottle of lighter fluid, we had a roaring fire in minutes. The group crowed in delight once the bag of marshmallows came out, and soon our mouths were stuffed with s'mores. Dylan tried leading everyone into a half-hearted campfire song, but no one made it past the first verse before trailing off into silence. It was a nice silence, though, a moment of calm away from the madness of the city. I was actually a little surprised by how still the lakeside was. During my trips up Prospect Mountain, we'd always run across at least one group out hiking or camping. Here, we seemed to be the only people on the mountain. I glanced at my watch. Check it out, guys. It's midnight in 3, 2, 1. They chorused and then erupted into loud cheers. The whoops and shouts echoed across the lake, bouncing back in mock reply before fading into silence. Step, and step, and step, and step, and step, and look back. 3, 4, 5, 7 dancing lights met my gaze. Everyone's here, and I turned back around. Step and step and step. The way back was quieter. The hikers' stomachs were full of s'mores, and the cold had set in a little firmer. I kept my head down, watching my feet as we crossed rocky terrain. My footsteps kept time more diligently than my watch. Step and step and step. Look back. I counted 7 beams of light once again and resumed my progress. There was something so calming about hiking at night. The air smelled cool and earthy from the recent rain, and the forest was soundless save for the wet, crackled leaves under our feet. Even the way our headlamps and flashlights swept across the forest floor was soothing. Long shadows angled across the path, as the 8 separate beams of light mingled with one another. My headlamp flickered. I groaned to myself, hoping I'd thrown spare batteries into my pack. I had, hadn't I? Either way, the light wouldn't go out just yet. I had plenty of time. The path was getting rockier. It looked more overgrown than I had remembered on the way here, like the woods were trying to reclaim the trail. But actually, it looked a lot different than I remembered. I whipped my head up, glancing left and right in search of a blue marker, and through the dense underbrush, I spotted a shining rectangle, red, and I stopped dead in my tracks, staring hard at the red marker, hoping to make out a blue one on the same tree trunk or at least nearby. Unfortunately, no amount of staring made a blue marker appear. Footsteps approached behind me as the group caught up. "Whoops," I said. "I think we made a wrong turn back there." Silence. Someone, Brooke, most likely, stopped beside me, her footsteps soft on the wet leaves. She must have lost her footing, because a second later, I felt a light touch on my back, an unsteady hand grasping me for support. Trying to stay focused, I peered straight ahead, looking deep into the brush. Does anyone see a blue marker anywhere? Again, I was met with silence. Annie, my words caught in my throat as I spun around. I saw my group, my 7 lights behind me, but the closest was still a few yards away. I recognized Brooke's blonde hair as she jogged to my side. My back still tingled, where moments ago that small hand had rested so lightly against it. "Geez," Brooke panted, resting her hands on her thighs. "You're hard to keep up with." Thankfully, the glare of my headlamp kept her from seeing the fear on my face. Still, my voice wavered as I said, "I thought you were just right behind me." Someone was right behind me, I wanted to say, but I held my tongue. I glanced nervously into the trees, searching for whoever had just been standing behind me not even a minute ago. "I think we made a wrong turn somewhere along the way," I said again, pointing to the red triangle. Brooke peered into the darkness and laughed. "'Cause I wasn't here to stop you again," she teased, and I managed a half-hearted chuckle. "Keep an eye out for a blue marker," I called to the group as they caught up. We must have passed the fork in the road a little ways back. Flashlight beams flared out at all angles as we searched. The group fanned out in different directions. "Or, if you see another red one, We could follow that one back to the blue trail, I said. I stepped closer to the one red marker I could see and turned around, knowing that another marker should be visible from that one. I panned my light back and forth, hoping to glimpse a gleam from out of the darkness. Could that be it? And a small glint of light reflected back at me. It wasn't where I thought the path should be, though. I couldn't even tell what color it was. But something was shining back at me from the forest, a shimmering pinpoint of light. I cautiously moved forward. My headlamp flickered again, this time going dark for a full half second. The mysterious light wavered but didn't go out. Found it! Hunter's voice echoed through the trees in the opposite direction of where I was looking. I glanced over my shoulder and saw my hikers, 7 lights gathering together about 40 feet from where I was standing. Before heading back to the group, I glanced back at the strange light. It was gone. A chill unrelated to the cold night air flooded my veins. I rushed back to the group without looking back. Hunter looked smug as he pointed to the tree trunk. Blue to the left, red to the right. I clapped him on the shoulder. Awesome work, man. Should have had you lead this whole time. Disappointed. That was the word. I was disappointed with myself. How many times had I been out in the woods at night? I didn't even know the answer to that. But I knew it was a lot. And I'd never, ever been freaked out before. And yet, something about that mistaken detour had my hair standing on end. Hunter had gotten us back to the blue trail just fine, and I'd kept a wary eye on the markers ever since, but I was beyond ready to be out of those woods for good. Step and step and step and step. Same mantra as before, only faster. My feet scrambled over rocks and through mud, trying to keep up with my steady chant. Step and step and step. Look back. I tried not to trip over the rocks as I counted the dancing lights behind me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My boot got caught on a slick boulder, but I regained my balance. 6, 7, 8, I whispered aloud, chiding myself for miscounting. I paused for a moment to catch my breath and again tally the lights behind me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My heart skipped a beat. The group was spread thin along the path, but there was no mistaking it. There, in the distance, was an additional light. Brooke was the front runner of the group again, and she unslung her backpack as she caught up. Water break. I nodded dumbly, not really hearing what she said. All my senses were focused on the 8th light. The final light in line hung back from the group, but was slowly and surely making its way down the path toward us. It's just another hiker. A small voice of reason spoke up within me. A less welcome voice answered. There was no one else up at the lake. There weren't even any cars in the parking lot. We're alone on this mountain. So what are you saying, Samuel? I whispered to myself. Brooke raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Put your water away, we have to go. Brooke might have been shocked by my clipped tone, but that was the least of my worries. I could see Kevin and Laura closing in, and if everybody stopped for a rest, well, I wasn't ready to find out what would happen when the 8th light caught up. I started down the mountain again with mild cries of protest from the exhausted Kevin and Laura behind me. We're almost there, I lied. We could rest in the van. I was practically jogging. Wet leaves dragged across my face as I sped through the trees. My step and step mantra was replaced by, get to the van, get to the van, get to the van. My mind was racing faster than my feet, and by the time I hit the first bridge, I swore I could hear my name whistling through the trees. Samuel. No, I wasn't imagining it. Brooke's voice called from behind me. Samuel. I didn't slow down. I couldn't. Fear fueled my muscles, keeping me going. I glanced back again, terrified of seeing the 8th light. But this time, I could barely even see the lights at all. I'd abandoned my hikers, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to feel anything but fear, with the darkness of the forest pressing in around me. I ran on, led by my headlamp, my own personal talisman. With a flicker and an apologetic click, my headlamp went out. The moonlight wasn't strong enough to break through the trees and warn me of the slanted rock ahead. My foot hit it at a hard angle, and I fell to the ground, gasping. I clutched my ankle, rocking side to side on the damp, cold earth. Samuel. Brooke came into view. Her flashlight beam bounced along the ground until it landed on me. What happened? She sounded more frustrated than concerned. My light went out. I managed to hiss through gritted teeth. I worked my ankle in a full circle, touching it gingerly. not broken. I hurried to my feet, despite the pain, and swung my backpack around, tugging at the zipper. "What are you doing?" "Sit back down, you're hurt." "I need your light," I said. "I have extra batteries in here somewhere." Brooke handed me her flashlight, but she lost her patience. "What's your problem? You left everyone behind. We're all beginners here. You can't expect us to go at your pace." I didn't know what to say. All I could think was the lights getting closer. I kept fishing for my batteries, first in one pocket and then the other. I heard more voices approaching. It sounded like Kevin and Laura were again the next in line. I was about to lose hope when my fingers closed around two tiny cylinders, AAA batteries. I almost cried in relief. Pulling my headlamp off my head, I handed the flashlight back to Brooke. "Shine this over here." "Why?" "So you can fix your light and take off again? You know we paid a lot of money to go on this hike, not to get ditched in the woods." Despite her anger, Brooke held the light steady on me with shaking hands. I opened the battery case and pulled out the old ones, dropping them in my pack. Brooke was ranting as she looked back at the approaching group. Dylan even said he'd never been on a hike before, and you heard how much trouble he was having on the way to the lake. And Mia already fell once. You didn't even know that, did you? Sophia and Hunter. She trailed off, staring at the dancing lights behind us. I could hear her counting to herself under her breath, and her eyes grew wide. 8, she breathed. Brooke turned back to me, as if in slow motion, cocking her head in confusion. "Weren't there only?" I nodded, no longer trying to mask the fear, written plainly on my face. Brooke sucked in her breath, and the flashlight shook as her hands began to tremble. The wind picked up, sending the leaves into a frenzy. I placed one battery in the slot, but the second slipped out of my shaking fingers. No. I looked at Brooke in terror, and then down at the ground. Without a word, we dropped to our hands and knees, sifting through the dead leaves for the battery. Kevin and Laura arrived as we were searching. Kevin said testily, "You were going at a pretty good clip there. Is everything okay?" My mind was still focused on finding the battery, but Brooke was quicker on her feet than I was. "Flash flood warning," she said. "Didn't you hear Samuel say it back there?" I almost laughed. There was no way they would buy that. The rain had stopped hours ago, and even so, there was no cell service on the mountain. Where would a warning have come from? "Oh dear," Laura said. "We'd better move quickly then." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Keep heading that way." I pointed down the hill. "And follow the markers. I'll meet you in the van." My fingers dug through the muck, coming up empty each time. I groaned in frustration. How hard could it be to find one battery? And Brooke held her flashlight in one hand and rummaged through the dirt with the other, her fingernails caked with black grime. Kevin and Laura disappeared down the path just as Mia approached us. "Go on ahead," Brooke told her friend. "There's a flash flood warning. We need to get off the mountain right away." "Thanks," I muttered to Brooke as Mia passed. "Why don't you just share my flashlight?" Brooke whispered, "I'll try to keep pace." That was the smart answer, of course. But I didn't feel safe without a light of my own. What if we got separated? I just want to keep looking, at least until everyone's passed. Then, I added, "You can go if you want." Brooke said nothing. She only shifted on her feet to search another area. The wind howled louder as the 4 remaining lights drew nearer, swaying ominously in the darkness. Hunter was the next to arrive, helping a sheepish-looking Sophia along the rocky path. He took the news of a flash flood warning without batting an eye, and the two continued on down the hill. Dylan followed soon after, huffing and puffing as he stumbled by. "Well, at least I'm not in last place," he joked, gesturing to the light behind him. Brooke and I paled, but Dylan continued on, unaware of the danger that lurked behind him. As soon as Dylan was out of earshot, Brooke grabbed my arm. "Let's go." I shook my head. "It has to be here." I dropped it right here. "Samuel, come on." She tugged at my arm. "We have to go now." I ran my hands across the ground frantically. "Just another minute." "We don't have another minute." Brooke stood up, her breath coming in gasps. The 8th light shone through the trees just up the path, sending shadows across her face. "Oh, and it's coming." "Go," I shouted. I regretted the word as soon as it was out of my mouth. Brooke bolted, and as soon as she left, I was plunged into pitch darkness. Darkness broken only by the steadily advancing 8th light. Blood pounded in my ears. and it was all I could do not to look up right into the glow. Still, that couldn't stop me from seeing where the light cast its rays, creeping across the forest floor, moving more like a living thing than a flashlight's beam. My fingers scrambled blindly across the ground, searching desperately for the small metal cylinder, as if it were the last thing I'd ever do. My fingers touched metal, cold metal, the battery. In a flurry of leaves and dirt, I jumped to my feet just as the eighth light rounded the bend, shining straight at me in full force. I averted my eyes and broke into a run even before placing the battery into its case. No more than 20 feet down the path, I almost took another tumble on an unsteady rock. With the rest of my waning courage, I forced myself to slow to a brisk walk. Better than breaking a leg and not making it the rest of the way down the mountain. As long as I was faster than the light, I'd be okay. At least that's what I told myself. And yet, I had no idea how fast the light was moving. It was impossible to tell from the shifting shadows, and there was no way I was going to turn around and check. All I knew was that it was behind me. I marched onward, staring dead ahead. With an unsettling jolt, I realized I could feel the light on me, like the warmth of a fresh sunburn. Now, more than that, it felt moist, like a hot breath. I shifted uncomfortably, sliding my jacket over my shoulders, and sped up the pace a little. My chant picked back up. Get to the van, get to the van, get to the van. I added in a few, I'm gonna kill Logans, and a couple of words that I wouldn't have been able to repeat in front of the group. It took me a while to realize I'd been saying this out loud, in whispers that could have been screams if only I'd had the strength for it. I trudged on, the light to my back. It felt like a whole day had passed, or maybe a year. Later, my watch told me it was more like 15 minutes. But like all things good and bad, it came to an end. The sight of the van parked under a single streetlight was the single most beautiful thing I'd seen in my life. The group had all made it back all right and was crowded outside the van, eating the last of the graham crackers and Hershey bars. Only Brooke had kept an unwavering eye on the entrance to the woods, and I met her gaze as I stepped out of the trees. I'll never forget her face that night. At first, I thought she was looking right at me. My stomach dropped when I saw her skin turn white as a sheet, her mouth agape and frightened, and her eyes grow so wide I thought they'd never stop. Why was she looking at me like that? I thought. I'm sure I look like hell, but is it really that bad? Then I realized she was looking behind me. I never asked her what she saw come out of the forest that night. Whatever it was gone when I spun around. All I saw was darkness and shadows, and I was glad. Some things were best left in the woods. Logan texted me as I was dropping the van off. Hey, how was the hike? I had a few choice words to say to him, but I wasn't about to get into it by text, and so I said nothing. A few minutes later, Logan called. Hey, you okay, Samuel? I'm fine, I said tersely. Logan was quiet for a moment. Then he asked, So, how many people went out on the hike? 7, I replied. Another pause. I swore I could practically hear Logan thinking on the other end. It was ages before he responded, his words tense and deliberate. And how many more came back? Get to the van, get to the van, get to the van. I added in a few, I'm gonna kill Logans, and a couple of words that I wouldn't have been able to repeat in front of the group. It took me a while to realize I'd been saying this out loud, in whispers that could have been screams if only I'd had the strength for it. I trudged on, the light to my back. It felt like a whole day had passed, or maybe a year. Later, my watch told me it was more like 15 minutes. But like all things good and bad, it came to an end. The sight of the van parked under a single streetlight was the single most beautiful thing I'd seen in my life. The group had all made it back all right and was crowded outside the van, eating the last of the graham crackers and Hershey bars. Only Brooke had kept an unwavering eye on the entrance to the woods, and I met her gaze as I stepped out of the trees. I'll never forget her face that night. At first, I thought she was looking right at me. My stomach dropped when I saw her skin turn white as a sheet, her mouth agape and frightened, and her eyes grow so wide I thought they'd never stop. Why was she looking at me like that? I thought. I'm sure I look like hell, but is it really that bad? Then I realized she was looking behind me. I never asked her what she saw come out of the forest that night. Whatever it was gone when I spun around. All I saw was darkness and shadows, and I was glad. Some things were best left in the woods. Logan texted me as I was dropping the van off. "Hey, how was the hike?" I had a few choice words to say to him, but I wasn't about to get into it by text, and so I said nothing. A few minutes later, Logan called. "Hey, you okay, Samuel?" "I'm fine," I said tersely. Logan was quiet for a moment. Then he asked, "So, how many people went out on the hike?" "7," I replied. Another pause. I swore I could practically hear Logan thinking on the other end. It was ages before he responded, his words tense and deliberate. "And how many more came back?" "Something is hunting us." You know, it's funny how quickly normal can turn into something you'd give anything to get back. Just last week, I was complaining to my wife, Amelia, about the muddy drive, the gutters sagging, the way our boy Wyatt kept leaving his shoes right by the door so I'd trip over them every damn morning. All the tiny, harmless things that meant life was exactly how it was supposed to be. I never thought I'd be wishing for mud or scattered sneakers again. We live in a weathered farmhouse about 5 miles outside Livingston, Montana. Nothing fancy. Peeling paint. A few boards on the porch that groan if you step on them wrong. And a draft that sneaks up your legs no matter how many times you block it off. Still, it's ours. We moved here 3 years ago. To slow down, get Wyatt away from the city noise, and try to find some kind of peace. Amelia works from home doing bookkeeping, and I split my days between freelance welding jobs and fixing up whatever's falling apart around the house. That morning started off like any other. I was out back by the shed, trying to coax life back into the old generator we kept for storms. The sky was overcast, low clouds that made everything look washed out. There was a damp chill in the air. It smelled like wet leaves and something sharp I couldn't quite place, probably just mildew or mold in the woods nearby. Inside, Amelia was on the couch, with her laptop balanced on her knees, hair pulled up in one of those messy knots she somehow made look graceful. Wyatt was on the floor by the coffee table, lining up little plastic dinosaurs into a wobbly parade. Every so often, he'd make a low growl under his breath, totally absorbed. "Coffee's hot," Amelia called when I came back in, wiping my hands on a rag. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes did that quick flick to my hands and back again, like she was checking to see if I'd cut myself. I had a habit of nicking my knuckles on rusty bolts. "Thanks," I said, dropping a kiss on the top of her head. I poured myself a cup and stood there for a second, just watching them. Wyatt's hair stuck out in about 10 different directions. Amelia had freckles starting to bloom across her cheeks from the early spring Sunday. For half a breath, it hit me how lucky I was. I even thought, remember this moment, as if I somehow knew. Not 5 minutes later, it all started. My phone buzzed on the counter hard enough that it nearly jumped. I thought it was just another spam call and almost ignored it. But then Amelia's phone lit up too, vibrating across the coffee table. Even Wyatt's little tablet on the floor chimed and started flashing. It was weird enough that I felt a pinch of something cold in my gut. I had picked up my phone. The screen was glowing bright red. Huge black letters took up the whole display. Emergency alert. Park County and surrounding areas. Immediately return indoors. Lock all doors and windows. Do not make any noise above a whisper. Do not attempt to investigate outdoors. This is not a test. I read it twice, my eyes not quite registering. Amelia stood up slowly, phone clutched to her chest. Wyatt looked between us, confused. His mouth opened, but Amelia held a finger to her lips before he could say anything. "What the hell does that mean?" I whispered, voice raw. She just shook her head, blinking fast. "I don't know, but we need to do it." So, we moved. I went to the front door first, twisting the deadbolt, sliding over the old latch we never bothered with. Amelia hurried around, pulling down blinds, drawing curtains. Every time one of them brushed the window with a little click, we both winced. Wyatt stayed glued to my side, clutching my jeans. I could feel his tiny tremors through the fabric. I checked the back door twice, then all the windows. The house wasn't exactly airtight. Old frames, thin glass, but it was what we had. When I came back into the living room, Amelia was crouched next to Wyatt, whispering. He looked scared, but he nodded, and she pulled him in close. Then our phones buzzed again, almost at the exact same time. I didn't even want to look. When I did, the new alert was somehow worse. Emergency update. Remain completely silent. Shut off all electronics immediately. Do not respond to voices outside your home. Trust only those inside with you. Further instructions to follow. Jesus Christ. I breathed. My mouth was so dry it hurt. I powered off my phone. Amelia did the same, hands trembling. I reached down and turned off Wyatt's tablet. The house seemed to grow heavier around us, like the air itself had thickened. We all sat on the couch together. Nobody said a word. I could hear the old clock ticking on the mantel, each second dropping like a hammer. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge compressor kicked on with a soft hum, and I actually felt my heart stutter. We must have sat like that for 10 minutes, maybe 15. My legs were cramping, but I didn't dare move. Amelia had her eyes squeezed shut, one hand on Wyatt's back. I kept scanning the window, even though the blinds were drawn. I couldn't see anything, but I kept staring, waiting for something. Then it happened. A voice, thin and reedy, drifting up our porch steps. Hello, is anyone home? Please, I need help. Amelia's nails dug into my thigh. Wyatt's whole body jerked. I put a finger to my lips again, praying he'd understand. The voice came again, a little closer this time. My brother's hurt. Please don't leave us out here. It sounded off, like it was being played through a busted speaker, warbly and hollow. I could picture someone standing just outside the door, their face pressed up close, lips too big, teeth too many. My brain was feeding me horrible images I didn't want. We stayed perfectly still. Wyatt buried his face in Amelia's sweater, shoulders shaking. I held my breath so long my chest burned. The doorknob rattled once, twice. A soft scrape like fingernails dragging across wood. The doorknob gave a gentle turn, like whoever was out there was testing it, seeing if maybe we'd forgotten to lock up. Then it stopped. I could almost feel them out there on the porch, listening, waiting. My skin crawled with a sense of being watched through the thin wood of the door. I tightened my arm around Amelia and Wyatt, and we all just sat there, hearts thumping so loud it seemed impossible that things outside couldn't hear us. Then it spoke again. Only now the voice was wrong in a way I can't properly explain. It was as if someone was reading lines off a card in a language they didn't really understand. The cadence twisted, syllables dragging in weird places. Please, my brother needs help. Wyatt whimpered so soft, I barely caught it. I clapped my hand gently over his mouth, trying not to make the slightest sound. His small tears soaked into my palm. Amelia was shaking, breath hitching like she might start sobbing. I leaned my forehead against hers, hoping somehow that would keep her calm. The thing on the porch started to move. I heard the boards creak under its weight, slowly crossing from one end of the porch to the other, pausing every few steps. My mind conjured up these vivid, awful images of something with skin too tight, stretching around bones that weren't quite shaped right, of a mouth that split all the way back to the ears. I kept telling myself, you haven't seen anything yet. Don't imagine more than there is. But it didn't matter. My head was full of horrors all on its own. The footsteps faded, and for a moment, there was silence again. Then we heard it. A low vibrating hum like someone blowing across the top of a bottle, but deeper, more layered. It crawled right up through the floorboards, vibrating in my teeth. Amelia clutched my arm so tight her nails bit through my sleeve and into my skin. Wyatt squeezed his eyes shut, tears leaking down his face. That hum only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like it went on forever. Then it was gone, leaving the air weirdly dead, like every bit of sound had been sucked out of the world. Even the fridge had gone silent. The clock, no longer ticking. I realized then that everything in the house, every machine, every tiny mechanical noise, had stopped. I didn't want to move, but I needed to know what was happening. I gave Amelia's shoulder a tiny squeeze, then stood up slow, careful not to let the old couch spring squeal. I crept over to the front window and eased the edge of the blind aside just enough to peek out. The porch was empty, but the gravel beyond was wrong, scuffed up in strange, sweeping arcs, like something had been dragged in circles, and leading away from the porch were these shallow trenches, almost claw marks, gouged into the dirt. They stretched off into the road and disappeared into the trees. I dropped the blind and pressed my back against the wall, breathing hard. Amelia was staring at me, eyes wide and desperate. I just shook my head. I didn't trust myself to whisper yet. Then, all at once, our phones lit back up. not turning on fully, just the screens pulsing with pale light. The device is on the mantle, the old digital photo frame Amelia's parents had sent us last Christmas. The little kitchen timer that showed the date. They all started to flicker too. No alarms, no beeps, just eerie silent light. The glow moved across the room like ripples in water. That's when every screen, every single one, flashed the same words in those thick, blocky letters. We see you. We hear you. Stay silent or join us. I felt my knees buckle and sank down onto the floor. Wyatt let out a thin, terrified wail before clapping his hands over his mouth. Amelia pulled him tight, tears streaking her cheeks. I didn't understand. Join them. What the hell did that mean? I looked around like the walls might start whispering answers, but there was only that awful silence pressing in. Then the kitchen radio popped on, though it had been turned off for days. Static crackled out, low at first, but growing sharper. Through the crackle came something that sounded almost like voices, chopped and rearranged. Words I couldn't parse. Then a single clear sentence pushed through, mechanical and cold. Sound is the path. The radio clicked off, leaving us in heavy darkness. I realized I was holding my breath again. When I finally let it out, my chest burned. We couldn't just sit here forever. If whatever was out there could turn things on inside our house, who knew what else it could do? I crawled over to Amelia and Wyatt and hugged them both. Amelia's whole body was vibrating like a plucked string. We need to go downstairs, I whispered into her ear. The old root cellar. It's all dirt walls, thick doors. If we're lucky, maybe the sound won't carry down there. Amelia nodded, breath shuddering. Wyatt didn't say a word, just clung to her side. We moved slowly, painfully slow, across the living room. I winced with every tiny squeak of the floorboards, each one sounding deafening to me. Down the narrow hall, past our bedroom, through the kitchen to the pantry. Behind the shelves was a short door, barely 5 feet tall, leading down to the old root cellar. My grandfather used it for storing potatoes and onions when he lived here. It smelled of old earth and faint mildew, but it was deep, quiet, and surrounded by ground. I pulled open the door with agonizing care. It let out the tiniest wooden creak. We all froze. Nothing happened. I exhaled slowly, then motioned them in. The steps were steep, just packed earth and a few rough boards hammered in. I went first, then held Wyatt's hand as Amelia followed. Once we were all inside, I eased the door shut behind us, bracing an old crate against it for good measure. Down there, it was colder. The air felt thicker, damp. I could hear our breathing echo off the dirt walls. Wyatt pressed close to me, Amelia's arms wrapped around his shoulders. We all sank down together onto the hard floor, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. For a long time we didn't speak. The only sounds were the slight rustle of our clothes and the faint drip of water somewhere deeper in the earth. I kept listening for anything above us. Footsteps, scraping, that awful humming. But there was nothing, just silence that felt too heavy, like it might smother us on its own. Then Wyatt whispered so soft, I almost didn't catch it. Daddy, do you think it's gone? I pulled him close, kissed the top of his head. I don't know, buddy, but we're gonna stay right here until we're sure. Amelia's hand found mine in the dark. Her grip was tight, almost desperate. I squeezed back, hoping it said everything I couldn't. We sat there for what felt like hours, though it was probably less. Time gets slippery in the dark. I tried counting seconds in my head to keep from losing it, but my mind kept drifting back to those words on the screens. We see you. We hear you. Stay silent, or join us. What did that mean? Join them. Were they even talking about killing us, or something worse? I didn't want to find out. At some point, Wyatt started to nod off, his head drooping against Amelia's chest. I wanted him to rest. It was better for him not to be awake and scared. But every time he shifted, a tiny rustle of his shirt made my heart jump. I thought Amelia might be asleep too, her breathing slow and deep, until she whispered so faint, I barely caught it. Did you see what was outside? Her voice sounded strange in the dark, like it didn't belong to her. I swallowed. No, just marks in the dirt like something crawled or got dragged. Whatever it was, it's not like anything I know. She shivered against me. It was copying us, Tyler, using voices like a lure. Yeah, I breathed. I know. We sat silent again. My thoughts were all tangled. Who was sending those alerts? Was there anyone actually out there trying to help us, or was the warning from the same thing hunting us? I didn't want to start second-guessing every sign of help, but what choice did we have? Nothing made sense anymore. Above us, the house creaked. Just the old beam settling, I told myself. This house always groaned in the wind, except there was no wind. The air outside had gone dead, still ever since that humming started. Then there was a noise. A very light, very deliberate tap, like fingertips drumming along the floorboards overhead. My blood went cold. It moved slowly across the kitchen, pausing now and then, as if listening. I held Amelia's hand so tight my knuckles hurt. Wyatt was awake now too. I could feel his tiny shoulders trembling. We stayed completely still, barely breathing. The tapping moved closer to the pantry door. Then it stopped. For a second, there was nothing. Then came a voice so soft it was almost gentle, like someone trying to coax out a frightened child. Hello, I heard you down there. It's okay. You're safe now. You can come out. It sounded human, almost. But the words were spaced wrong. Some syllables were too long. Others snapped short, like it was trying on our language and didn't quite fit inside it. I pressed Wyatt's head against me so he couldn't hear more. When no one answered, the voice tried again, this time mimicking my own perfectly. Wyatt, buddy, it's Dad. It's all right. Come up here. I need your help. Wyatt stiffened. Even in the dark, I could sense the confusion on his face. How badly he wanted to believe. That was really me. I put my mouth right next to his ear. It's not me. Don't move no matter what. Then, silence again. The worst kind. The kind that stretched on so long I started imagining I'd dreamed the voice. Maybe we'd finally lost them. A sharp clatter exploded above us, like every dish in the cupboards had been knocked loose. Amelia clapped her hand over Wyatt's mouth before he could yell. My heart slammed into my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. Above, something heavy slid across the floor. A chair. A table. Then that low hum returned so deep, it made the cellar dirt quiver. I felt it in my bones. It lasted only a moment, then stopped. Slowly, very slowly. The house above us quieted. No more sliding. No more tapping. The hum faded into nothing. I held on to Amelia and Wyatt for dear life, trying to will my heartbeat to slow down. I didn't know if they'd left or if they were waiting right outside the cellar door, listening for us to slip. We stayed huddled there for a long time. My legs cramped, my back throbbed, but I didn't dare shift. I counted to 1,000 in my head, lost track, started again. Then Amelia did something that nearly stopped my heart. She groaned softly and leaned away, clutching her side. Babe, I whispered. What's wrong? She sucked in a sharp breath through her teeth. It's the baby. Just a cramp. Maybe it will happen. Except I could tell by the way her hand pressed into her belly, by how her face screwed up in pain, even in the dark. That it wasn't just a cramp. Not this time. Try to breathe slowly, I said, voice barely there. Don't make any noise. Okay, we're okay. She nodded, but her jaw was clenched so hard I thought she might crack a tooth. Wyatt's hand found mine in the dark. I squeezed it. Time blurred again. Amelia's breathing turned ragged, then eased, then tightened up all over. I didn't know if it was early labor or just stress. Probably both. But there wasn't a damn thing I could do for her down here. Eventually, exhaustion started to pull at us. Wyatt's head drooped, then jerked up, then drooped again. Finally, he slumped against me. I stroked his hair. Amelia's grip on my arm loosened. Her breathing evened out. I hoped she'd fallen asleep. I didn't dare. I sat there in the dark, eyes open but seeing nothing, listening for the slightest creak or scrape above us. My mind kept replaying that voice mimicking me. Wyatt, buddy, it's Dad. The exact tone I used whenever I called him in from the yard. I hated how perfect it had been, how easily it could have fooled him. Just when my own head started to nod, there was a faint vibration under my feet. Not footsteps, something more like a low rumble, distant but growing. I pressed my palm to the dirt. It was trembling. A second later, a muffled boom sounded far off, maybe miles away. Then another. The ground jolted slightly, knocking dust from the cellar ceiling. Wyatt startled awake with a tiny squeak. Amelia snapped upright too, breathing hard. "What was that?" she mouthed. I shook my head. "Don't know. Maybe." I couldn't finish because right then, faint but clear through the dirt above us, came a series of popping cracks like gunfire. We all looked at each other in shock. If there were people out there shooting, that meant maybe someone else was still alive. Maybe someone was fighting back. But it also meant more noise. More things to draw those creatures. I had no idea if that was good or bad. Another rumble, then a sound I hadn't expected. Voices yelling commands. I could just make out fragments, all distorted and hollow through the ground. "Sector clear. Watch your flank." Coming through the trees. Amelia's eyes went wide. "Soldiers," she mouthed. I nodded, my chest tightening with a mix of hope and dread. Because if they were here, that meant things were bad enough to bring in the military. And if they were shouting like that, they were either desperate or already dying. I carefully eased to my feet, bracing against the wall. "Stay here. Don't move unless you hear my voice for real. I'll be back." Amelia grabbed my wrist. Her grip was iron. "Tyler." "No." But I shook my head. "I have to see what's going on. We can't just wait here forever." I slipped up the steps, heart racing. At the door, I pressed my ear to the wood. Outside, I could hear boots crunching on gravel. More shouts, something that sounded like a high-pitched whine, metal grinding almost. Then came a blood-curdling scream cut off in a wet gurgle. I froze, my hand hovering over the latch. Whatever hope had started to bloom inside me shriveled up in an instant because mixed in with the shouts was that same low hum, growing louder, vibrating the very air in my lungs. And right then, I knew whatever was hunting us hadn't gone anywhere, and whoever was out there trying to fight it was already too late. I kept my ear pressed to the cellar door, straining to make sense of the chaos outside. It was a jumble of sounds, men shouting, boots pounding across our porch, that awful grinding whine rising and falling. Then a new noise broke through, so sharp it made me flinch. A kind of rapid crackling pulse like electricity, arcing again and again. It was followed by a screech that was nowhere near human. The door shuddered under my palm. I jerked back, heart hammering, terrified something on the other side had slammed into it. I waited, breath held tight in my throat. But it didn't come again. Instead, muffled voices rang out. Closer this time, clearer. I recognized the clipped authority in them. Soldiers, probably. Someone was giving orders, their voice tense but controlled. "Secure the house, check every room. Watch for residuals, do not engage alone." Another voice responded, "Yes, sir." Moving to the left side, I exhaled, shoulders sagging with a mix of relief and terror. Soldiers meant guns, training, maybe answers. But the way they talked, like they expected something to burst from the walls at any moment, didn't exactly soothe me. I hurried back down the steps to where Amelia and Wyatt huddled. Wyatt was wide-eyed, clutching Amelia's hand so tight his knuckles had gone white. I dropped into a crouch beside them. "There's people up there," I whispered. "Military. I think they're sweeping the house." Amelia's eyes filled with tears. "Thank God," she breathed. "Are we safe now? I don't know. Just stay quiet. Don't move. Unless I say." We waited. Every tick of silence was torture. I heard boots thumping overhead, low voices coordinating. A brief burst of static like someone's radio going off. Then a beam of light sliced through a crack in the cellar door. It swept back and forth, then settled right on where I knew the latch was. I was tense. Was it them, or was it something else mimicking light the way it mimicked voices? A firm, calm voice called down. "If anyone's down there, we're with the United States Army. We're extracting civilians. Come out slowly, hands visible. Stay completely silent unless spoken to." I shot a look at Amelia, who nodded shakily. Wyatt clung to me. I pried his hands off and stood, forcing my legs to stop trembling. Then I cracked the door open just a hair. A blinding flashlight hit me square in the face. I threw up a hand to shield my eyes. "Step out," the voice ordered. Slowly, I obeyed, pushing the door open wider. 2 soldiers in bulky gear waited on the other side, rifles raised. Their helmets were slick with mud, faces obscured by goggles and masks that buzzed faintly with tiny fans. One held some kind of scanner that beeped and pulsed with faint blue light as he swept it over me. "Clear," he said. "Anyone else?" "My wife and son," I rasped. My voice cracked from disuse and fear. "They're right behind me." The first soldier motioned. "Bring them out. Hands visible. Keep your voices low." I turned and waved Amelia and Wyatt forward. They rose together, Amelia clutching Wyatt's shoulders protectively. As they stepped into the light, the soldier ran his scanner over them too. It gave a steady tone, apparently a good sign. "Okay, you're coming with us," the lead soldier said. His voice was all business. "There's an evac zone set up about a mile east. We're pulling any uninfected we find. Keep your mouth shut unless absolutely necessary. Those things key in on vocal vibrations first." Amelia stiffened. "Infected?" He didn't answer, just turned and gestured us toward the living room. I saw more soldiers moving through, their guns sweeping every corner. One paused by our cracked front window, peering out into the yard. His breath fogged inside his mask. We all stepped gingerly into the hall. Our home looked gutted, furniture overturned, cabinet doors swinging open, dark stains smeared across the floor that I prayed were just mud. The soldier at the window turned back to us and shook his head slightly, murmuring something into a shoulder mic. "Move it," the leader snapped. "Double time, but quiet." We shuffled past the couch, Wyatt's hand like ice in mine. I kept sneaking glances at the soldiers' weapons, black and blocky with thick barrels and strange attachments that buzzed faintly. They looked nothing like the rifles I remembered from my old reserve days. One of the men carried what looked almost like a leaf blower rig strapped to his back, tubes running to a hand grip that ended in a dish. It whined softly, emitting pulses that made my chest tighten. We reached the porch. The air outside felt almost stale, heavy with rot. I glanced around and my gut twisted. Our front yard was a churned-up mess. Deep furrows clawed into the dirt like something had dragged itself on elbows and knees. The soldier with the scanner swung it in wide arcs as we stepped off the porch. "Stay close," he hissed. "Keep your kid from talking." We moved together across the yard, past my truck half sunk in mud. The world seemed wrong somehow. Colors too flat. The breeze unnaturally cold for April. Every tree we passed was stripped bare, not just of leaves, but of bark. Deep gouges spiraling up the trunks. Then from somewhere behind the house came a sickening series of pops like joints being yanked out of sockets. The soldiers stiffened, weapons up. One of them hit a small button on his harness, and the device on his back lit up, humming with angry blue light. "Contact," someone barked. I grabbed Amelia and Wyatt, dragging them down behind the truck just as a shriek split the air. A sound so sharp it made my vision go white at the edges. I peeked over the hood. It was worse than anything I'd imagined. The thing shambled out from behind our house, moving on limbs that bent backward in too many places. Its skin looked like cracked whetstone splitting apart to reveal pulsing tissue underneath that glowed faintly. No eyes, no obvious face. Just a rippling mass at the top of its shoulders that quivered, then opened like a flower, exposing rows of tiny vibrating filaments. One soldier raised his weird dish weapon and fired. A beam of distorted air shot out, rippling the space between them. It slammed into the creature, and the filaments burst into a spray of dark fluid. The thing let out that same piercing shriek, staggered, then collapsed in a twitching heap. More shapes were moving behind it, dozens of them, all emerging from the tree line, silent except for the wet rustle of their bodies sliding over each other. "Fall back," the squad leader yelled, voice cracking. "Covering fire. Get the civvies out of here." Another soldier grabbed my arm, yanking me up. "Run now." I didn't need telling twice. We bolted across the yard, down the slope behind the house. I didn't dare look back, but I heard the shrieks, the heavy thud of something massive hitting the ground, followed by rapid pulses from the soldiers' strange weapons. The air seemed to shiver with every blast. We reached the tree line. I hauled Wyatt over a fallen log. Amelia stumbled after us. Gunfire. if you could call those energy pulses gunfire, echoed behind us. Then came a sound that froze me mid-step. A long, low chorus of hums, all overlapping, vibrating so deep, it rattled my ribs. It was the same hum from before, only multiplied by dozens. "Tyler," Amelia whispered, tears streaking her dirt-smudged face. "They're calling each other." I didn't know what to say. I just grabbed her hand and pulled her onward, deeper into the shadowed woods, hoping somehow we could outrun whatever was answering that call. We ran until our lungs felt like they were tearing apart, stumbling over roots and rocks. Wyatt's sobs hitched with every breath. My legs burned, and every time I slowed, Amelia gave me this desperate look that stabbed right through my chest. So I kept going, dragging them both deeper into the trees. Eventually, we collapsed behind a thick cluster of fallen pines, the scent of sap heavy around us. I pressed a finger to my lips. Amelia nodded, pulling Wyatt close so his face was buried in her side. He was shivering all over, skin cold and clammy. For a long minute, all I could hear was our harsh, ragged breathing. Then, faint but rising, came that humming again. It swept through the forest, like a rolling tide, deeper than anything natural. My teeth buzzed with it, and for a second I felt my vision blur, colors running together like wet paint. Amelia squeezed her eyes shut. "Don't listen," she whispered. "Tyler, don't let it in." I clamped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The hum was inside me, vibrating through the bones in my skull. Images flickered in my mind, slick black hollows writhing with twitching filaments, of mouths opening in places no mouth should be. I shook my head hard, trying to banish it. Then the humming cut off. The woods went dead. Quiet. Too quiet. Even the insects had stopped. I didn't dare stand up, but I eased my head around the log, peering through the needles. Shapes moved between the trees. Thick, hunched bodies that flowed rather than walked, armored in plates that shifted with a wet, grinding sound. They had no eyes, no clear faces, just clusters of faintly glowing ridges along their shoulders that pulsed in and out. As they passed, they paused every few feet, their bodies shuddering like they were tasting the air. One tilted its head, a long split opening along what might have been a throat, emitting a faint ripple I felt in my stomach more than heard. It was heading right for us. My heart slammed so hard I thought it might burst. I wrapped an arm over Wyatt's shoulders. Amelia's hand clutched mine so tight her knuckles went white. We stayed absolutely still, barely even breathing. The thing paused on the other side of our fallen pines. It stood there for a full eternity. Then it moved on, flowing away through the brush. Its low pulse faded, replaced by more of that awful silence. When I was sure it was gone, I let out a shuddering breath. Amelia collapsed against me, crying soundlessly into my shoulder. I stroked her hair, kissed her forehead, anything to keep her here with me, grounded. "We can't stay here," I whispered finally. "They'll circle back. We need to keep moving." Amelia nodded, wiping her tears with a filthy sleeve. Wyatt didn't say anything, just clung to my side, his small face tight with fear. We pushed on slower now, trying to stay quiet. The forest seemed endless. Every shadow is too deep. Every branch is a potential hiding place for those things. Once, we heard screams echo through the hills. Short, choked off quickly. I didn't know if they were human or something trying to sound human. Either way, we didn't investigate. By late afternoon, the sky overhead turned bruised purple. We stumbled into a clearing littered with rusted metal, old farming machinery, half buried under vines. In the middle stood a decaying silo, its sides split open, spilling rusted panels like rotting teeth. "It'll block the sound," I said, "at least for a bit." We slipped inside. It smelled of mold and old oil, but it was sheltered. The floor was dirt mixed with scraps of broken boards. I guided Amelia and Wyatt down into a corner and sat, pulling them close. For the first time since we'd fled the house, I let myself really look at Amelia. Her face was drawn, eyes hollow, sweat matted her hair to her forehead, and one hand kept drifting to her belly. "It's okay," I told her. "We'll rest here, just for a little while." She nodded, but there was pain flickering across her features that she was trying hard to hide. Hours slipped by. The light faded to nothing, the inside of the silo turning pitch black. We didn't dare turn on a flashlight, didn't dare make a single noise. I could feel Amelia shaking next to me. Wyatt curled up tight in her lap. Then from outside a faint metallic clatter, like someone bumping an old plow blade. I stiffened, straining to listen. Another clatter, then a soft scrape. Footsteps, but not normal. They came in little stuttering bursts, like something was skipping steps. A faint glow moved across the crack in the silo wall. I sucked in a breath. 3 small points of light hovered there, arranged in rough triangle. They shifted, dipping slightly, as if sniffing. My mind screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. I couldn't risk the noise. I just held Amelia's hand so tight. My nails dug into her skin. Wyatt buried his face against my chest, trembling violently. The lights bobbed again. Then a thin, warped voice drifted in, almost playful, but it made my stomach twist. Little family so quiet, hiding. It didn't sound like a threat exactly, but that somehow made it worse. The lights moved on, gliding across the clearing, vanishing into the trees. We stayed there for hours more, frozen, waiting for some new horror to come back. Finally, Amelia leaned her head against my shoulder, tears soaking into my shirt. "I don't know how much longer I can keep quiet," she whispered, voice shaking. "The baby. It's too much." I pressed my forehead to hers. "I know, but we're so close. If we can just keep moving, maybe we'll find a..." Noise cut me off. It started as a low drone far off, then grew into that awful humming, louder than ever. It rattled the metal walls, sent dust cascading down from the ceiling. I clapped my hands over Wyatt's ears, but he still whimpered, eyes screwed shut. The hum kept rising, the vibrations shaking through my bones. I tasted blood and realized I'd bitten my tongue. Amelia doubled over, clutching her belly with a muffled cry. I tried to pull her close, but she shoved me away. "Tyler, it's coming." The humming suddenly cut off. The silence that rushed in was so complete it made my ears ring. I helped Amelia sit up, holding her against me, both of us gasping. Then we heard it. Boots crunching outside. Human voices, clear this time, shouting orders. A flashlight beam swept through the crack in the wall. Then a figure appeared in the opening. He wore heavy armor slicked with mud and dark stains. Helmet fitted with wide goggles that glowed faint blue. A bulky device was strapped across his chest, blinking with tiny lights. "Civilians," he barked. "You need to come with us right now. We've got to transport 2 clicks east." I stared at him, overwhelmed by relief and terror all at once. Amelia clutched my arm, nodding frantically. "Move!" the soldier yelled. "We can't hold this area long. More signatures coming in." We didn't wait for a second invitation. I scooped Wyatt up and half-carried, half-dragged Amelia out into the clearing, the soldier waving us forward. As we stumbled past, I risked a look behind me. More soldiers fanned out through the trees, carrying those strange dish weapons, scanning the forest. Beyond them, shadows shifted, heavy, shuddering forms creeping between trunks, waiting for any sound. "Don't look back," the soldier snapped. "Just keep moving." So we did. We pushed through the trees at a half-run, half-stagger, branches whipping at our faces. The soldiers flanked us on either side, moving with urgent, practiced efficiency. Their gear emitted faint beeps and pulses of light, scanning the dark like electronic scent hounds. Every so often, one would swing his dish weapon toward a shadow, unleashing a short burst that sent the air rippling in a way that made my stomach lurch. Amelia stumbled beside me, her free hand pressing into her belly. I tightened my grip on her waist, practically carrying her over exposed roots and patches of soft mud. Wyatt clung to my other side, breathing fast, eyes wide. I tried to keep my own terror buried, tried to project some kind of calm for them, but inside I felt as fragile as wet paper. The humming started again, low at first, so soft I wondered if I was imagining it, but then it grew, rolling through the forest like a dark tide. The ground under our feet seemed to pulse with it. I could see it hitting the soldiers too. The one nearest us flinched and shook his head, like trying to clear water from his ears. "Keep going," another soldier yelled. Just a little farther. Lights appeared ahead, dim red markers dangling from thin poles. They swayed gently, illuminating a crude barricade of trucks and steel plates stretched between thick trees. Behind it, an armored transport squatted on 6 big wheels, its rear ramp yawning open. We broke into a desperate run. Amelia nearly collapsed twice, each time dragging me sideways with her, but we kept moving. The humming rose higher, layered with sharp, keening notes that jabbed right through my skull. I tasted blood again, realized it was trickling from my nose. Then from behind us came a roar, deep and grinding like concrete tearing itself apart. I glanced back. Shadows churned between the trees, enormous shapes that seemed to flicker in and out of view, each step sinking deep into the earth. A chorus of those terrible triangular lights bobbed among them, all throbbing in perfect time. The soldiers at the barricade opened fire. Not bullets, but pulses of distorted air that cracked branches and left glowing streaks across bark. One of the creatures recoiled, its chest splitting open to spill some oily, steaming fluid. It didn't stop. It just howled that glass shard screech and kept coming. A hand clamped on my shoulder. It was the squad leader from the silo, face hidden behind his glowing goggles. "Get them inside now," he barked, shoving me toward the ramp. I didn't argue. I held Amelia and Wyatt up the incline, past 2 grim-faced soldiers who pulled us the last few feet inside. The interior of the transport was lit by strips of pale blue LEDs, casting long shadows. A pair of medics waited at the back, one immediately steering Amelia to a padded bench. Wyatt collapsed into my lap, sobbing quietly. I hugged him close, rocking him back and forth. Amelia lay back against the bench, eyes fluttering shut, one hand still clamped around mine. Outside, the humming reached a fever pitch. I felt it vibrating through the metal floor, and could see little ripples skittering across puddles of spilled water. One of the medics pulled a device from a wall bracket, a thick syringe with glowing fluid, and knelt by Amelia. "It's a neural stabilizer," he said quickly, his voice muffled behind his respirator. "It'll keep the resonance from taking hold. Hold her steady." I pinned her shoulders as he injected it into the side of her neck. She jerked once, then went limp, breathing the evening out. A faint color returned to her face. The ramp slammed shut behind us with a heavy clang. The engine roared to life, the whole compartment shuddering as we lurched forward. Through a small armored viewport, I caught a glimpse of the barricade falling, trees snapping like matchsticks. One of those towering creatures sweeping a clawed arm through a truck, sending it tumbling end over end. Then we were past it, bouncing over rough ground, trees whipping by outside. The humming didn't fade so much as it got swallowed by the noise of the transport, replaced by the deep rattle of the engine and the hiss of hydraulic systems. I slumped back against the wall, still clutching Wyatt. For the first time in what felt like days, I let my eyes close. Every muscle in my body felt like jelly. I must have drifted because the next thing I knew, a gentle hand was shaking my shoulder. It was Amelia. Her eyes were clearer now, though still ringed by deep shadows. "Tyler," she whispered, her voice raw. "The baby. It's moving a lot. Too much." Fear stabbed through me. I reached over, laid my palm against her stomach. Under my hand, I felt a series of sharp little kicks, far more frantic than normal, like the baby was panicking or responding to something outside us. "It's okay," I lied, forcing a small smile. "We're safe now. Just hold on." She gave a weak nod, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. One of the soldiers came down the aisle, checking on everyone. His armor was spattered with dark fluids that hissed and smoked where they landed. He carried a small handheld device, passing it over each of us. When he got to Amelia's belly, the screen flashed orange. He paused. "How far along?" he asked tightly. 7 months, Amelia breathed. "Why?" He didn't answer, just turned and called something up toward the cockpit. The driver gave a short, clipped reply. I caught only fragments. "Containment ready. Possible resonance contamination. Priority evac." My stomach twisted into knots. The soldier crouched in front of us, his goggled face giving away nothing. "Listen to me carefully. We're taking you to a forward facility. They've got tech there that can suppress the frequency bleed. Maybe even fully clear it. But you'll need to stay isolated until they're sure." I nodded numbly. "Just save my family, please." He clapped my shoulder once, then moved on. I held Amelia's hand like it was the only thing keeping me anchored. Wyatt curled tighter into my side, his breathing finally slowing. After a while, the forest outside began to thin. replaced by low hills strewn with patches of concrete and steel. We passed through a checkpoint, floodlights blazing, soldiers in heavier suits waving us through. Beyond it, I saw a compound of squat buildings ringed with fencing, big satellite dishes tracking the sky. The transport pulled to a stop. The rear hatch opened with a sigh of pressurized air. Cool night wind rushed in, carrying the tang of ozone and something faintly burned. A pair of medics in bright white suits waited outside, beckoning us forward. One carried a tablet that pulsed with shifting lines and arcs. As we stepped down, the lines jumped wildly when it passed near Amelia. They shared a tense look. "Straight to isolation chamber 2, one said. "Keep them separate from the others." Amelia squeezed my hand, panic flashing across her face. "Tyler, I'm not leaving you. I promise. Whatever happens, we're together." They led us across the compound to a long, low building that hummed with hidden machinery. Inside, it smelled of antiseptic and metal. They guided Amelia to a padded gurney, motioned for me and Wyatt to sit nearby. Clear partitions slid into place around us, panels lighting up with faint blue symbols. A medic worked quickly, strapping small sensors to Amelia's belly. The monitor beside her flickered with jagged lines that danced in eerie synchrony with the baby's kicks. One line split off, pulsing in a slow, triangular pattern. My heart stopped. It was just like the glow I'd seen on those creatures in the woods. The medic caught my expression. "This doesn't mean it's over," she said quickly. "We've had cases that have stabilized. The resonance can fade with time if caught early. You'll stay here under observation." Amelia's eyes locked on mine, terrified. I leaned in, pressed my forehead to hers. "We're going to fight this together, no matter what." Wyatt climbed into her other side, tiny hand resting on her shoulder. For the first time in days, I let myself hope. Even in the blue glow of those cold medical lights, surrounded by buzzing machines and uncertainty, we were still a family, still here. Whatever was out there, whatever it had done to the world, hadn't taken that from us yet. And as long as we held on to each other, I wasn't about to let it. "Lock all doors and windows immediately." I was halfway through unwrapping a gas station sandwich when the power went out. It was a Thursday, sometime around 4 in the afternoon. I remember because I'd already made peace with wasting the entire day. No work, no obligations, just a full tank of laziness and a couch with my name on it. I had a lineup of old documentaries queued on my smart TV, a 6-pack of root beer, and a pile of junk food that looked like I was prepping for a gaming marathon instead of just existing. I just sat down, a blanket pulled over my legs when everything was cut out at once. The lights blinked off, TV died, the fridge stopped humming. The kind of silence that followed felt unnatural, like when you walk into a room and instantly know something's wrong, even if you can't explain why. At first, I thought maybe I'd blown a fuse or something. Palo Alto wasn't exactly known for its reliable infrastructure. Half the streetlights still flickered like they were haunted. I reached for my phone to check the local outage map, but as soon as I picked it up, it started blaring this awful noise. It wasn't a ringtone. It wasn't any alert sound I'd heard before. It was this high-pitched, distorted screech like a robot screaming through a broken speaker. I flinched and almost dropped the damn thing. Then I saw the screen. "Emergency alert. Shelter in place. Do not leave your residence. Lock all doors and windows immediately. This is not a drill." I stared at it, waiting for the punchline. Like maybe it would turn out to be a test or a misfire or one of those "this is only a demonstration" things. But before I could even think too long about it, another alert popped up. "Emergency alert. Neurological contamination detected in Palo Alto. Symptoms: disorientation, violent behavior, hallucinations. Avoid infected individuals. Stay indoors." That's when the chill kicked in. The kind that starts in your spine and spreads outward, even though the air wasn't any colder than before. I sat there on the couch, phone glowing in my hand, trying to make sense of what I just read. It sounded like a hoax, like one of those alternate reality games people post about online. Or maybe I'd accidentally clicked into some weird app I didn't remember downloading. I tried to make a call. No signal, not even one bar. Texts wouldn't go through either. The Wi-Fi was out, obviously, but even mobile data was dead. I stood up and checked the windows. The street outside looked completely normal. A few cars parked like always. That stupid ornamental fountain in front of the condo complex is still burbling. It was almost funny how calm everything looked. No one screaming, no one running, not even anyone outside. But then I heard it faint from somewhere just beyond my building. A scream, short and sharp, female. It didn't last more than a second before it was cut off, like someone had hit pause mid-cry. I backed away from the window quietly, without even realizing I was holding my breath. The street was still empty, and then came the tapping. Not banging or pounding, just a quiet, deliberate tap, like fingertips brushing against glass. It was coming from the front door. I didn't move, didn't even speak. I just listened, trying to make out if it was really a person, or if I was starting to lose it. The tapping stopped. Then a soft voice, a woman's voice just outside the window. "Please," she said. Her voice was cracking like she'd been crying for hours. "Please let me in. They're coming." My chest tightened. I inched toward the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to peek out. I expected to see someone collapse in the grass or banging on the glass. Instead, I saw a woman standing completely still, just a few feet away. Her face was turned up toward my window, and she was staring directly at it, not at the building, at me, like she could see through the glass. Her eyes were wide, too wide, bloodshot, with dark circles beneath them. Her mouth was open like she was stuck in the middle of a scream that never finished. Her jaw twitched like it was locked in place. She took a step forward and whispered, "Let me in." I backed away fast, knocked over my can of root beer, and almost slipped on the blanket as I scrambled for the kitchen. My hands were shaking when I grabbed the biggest knife from the drawer. Not that I thought I'd need it. I just needed to have it. Then I heard a new voice. A man this time. Deeper, angrier. "Open the door," he growled. "You can't stay in there forever." Another voice from the hallway outside my apartment. Then another and another. It was like a chorus of people slowly gathering around the building. Some were whispering, others were shouting. One guy just kept laughing. This broken, wheezing cackle that didn't stop for way too long. I tried calling 911, no response. Not even the usual dial tone. I tried again. Same result. I turned on the emergency radio again. Just static. They weren't banging or trying to break in. They were just standing there talking, whispering, pressing up against my walls, waiting. After what felt like an hour, probably only 15 minutes, the voices stopped. I crept up to the front door and peeked through the peephole, and that's when I saw him. A man, maybe in his late 40s, standing completely still, eyes red, skin pale, lips moving slightly like he was muttering something. His head was tilted too far to one side, like he'd forgotten how necks were supposed to work. Behind him were more people, not doing anything, not moving, just watching. I stumbled back and pressed myself against the far wall of the apartment, knife still clutched in my hand. That's when the power flickered back on. TV lights, microwave beeping like nothing happened. The screen lit up again with another alert. Emergency alert. Quarantine zone initiated. Do not attempt to leave. Government units en route. Shelter remains your safest option. The automated voice reading it out glitched halfway through. It repeated phrases over and over. Do not leave. Do not leave. 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 They are in control now. In control. In control. In control. I muted the TV. The silence that followed was almost worse. I didn't know who they were, but they were here, and they weren't trying to get in. They were waiting for me to come out. I didn't sleep. I didn't sit. I barely blinked. I just crouched in the hallway outside my bedroom with a knife in my lap and my phone in my hand, even though it still had no signal. Every once in a while, I'd press the power button as if the 5th or 6th or 20th try would magically reconnect me to the rest of the world. It didn't. Outside, it stayed quiet. No more screaming, no more tapping, not even footsteps. But I knew they were still out there. It was just before midnight when I first moved. My legs were going numb, and the weight of the silence had become unbearable. That thick kind of quiet that presses on your ears like pressure underwater. I thought maybe they'd left. Maybe it was over. I crawled to the front door on stiff legs and checked the peephole again. Still there. Same man, same position, same slack jaw and red eyes like he hadn't blinked once in 7 hours. I jumped at a new sound, not from outside, but from above. Soft, but close. Like something had landed on the roof or moved inside the ceiling. I lived in a second-floor apartment. There was no floor above mine. Just attic insulation and some old maintenance ducts no one ever used. Another thump, heavier this time, followed by what sounded like a dragging noise across the ceiling. I stared up like an idiot, like the drywall would give me answers. Then, something scraped directly above the kitchen. I rushed into the living room, knife raised, but nothing came through. Just more shuffling, then silence again, and then 3 deliberate knocks on the back window. I froze. The window was in my tiny laundry room, which backed up against a narrow alleyway, a spot no one could get to unless they scaled the building or jumped 2 fences. The knocking came again, slow, rhythmic, like they were giving me time to answer. I crept to the laundry room door and peered in from the hall. The blinds were shut, but I could see a faint shadow pressed against them. No features, just the outline of someone standing completely still. Then came the whisper. "You're not alone," a voice said softly. My skin crawled, not just from fear, from the voice itself. It didn't sound angry or desperate. It sounded delighted, like the person speaking was enjoying this. I slammed the door shut and locked it, heart pounding. I was back to square one, crouched on the floor with a knife in hand, mind racing. What did they want? If this was some infection, like the alert said, then these people, these things were sick. But they weren't stumbling around like zombies or clawing at windows. They weren't trying to kill me. They were trying to make me let them in. Every instinct screamed that opening the door would be suicide. But every hour I stayed in here. With them pressing closer from all sides, I felt my thoughts bending, cracking like old wood. I kept hearing their voices, even when the air was still, whispering from under the sink, inside the vents. Once I thought I heard someone breathing behind my fridge. Around 2 a.m, the lights went out again. This time, it wasn't just my unit. I could see the building across the street go dark, too. The TV died with a soft pop. I stood in the glow of my phone's flashlight, surrounded by total black. And then, something new. Footsteps. Not many, just 2 sets. Running fast. I ran to the window and peeked out between the blinds. 2 figures sprinted across the street. One tall and broad-shouldered, the other shorter, carrying what looked like an axe. They weren't infected. I could tell by the way they moved, quick, controlled, ducking behind cars, checking corners. They were normal. They reached my building and huddled near the stairwell entrance. The tall one, a man, looked up at the second floor. "Up there," he said, pointing. The woman next to him. I could see her face now, sharp-eyed, focused, nodded, and headed up the stairs. I backed away from the window and ran to the front door just as she knocked. "Hey," she whispered. "You in there?" He hesitated. "Don't be stupid. We're not one of them. We need to move now." I paused, torn. The voice at the window, hours earlier, had said almost the same thing, but something in her tone. This wasn't a whisper soaked in glee or deception. It was urgent. Grit. I cracked the door just an inch and peeked through. She stepped into view. Mid-30s, maybe. Messy ponytail, jeans caked in dirt, boots scuffed. A fire axe hung loosely in her grip, not raised. "My name's Claire," she said quickly. "Let's bend downstairs. We've got a lead on an evac site, but we can't stay here. They'll be back." "Evac?" I asked, finally speaking after hours of silence. My voice was dry and rough. "They were watching your place. I had to draw them away with noise. We've only got a window before they circle back. You want to live? Move." I opened the door wider, clutching the knife, not lowering it just yet. "Okay," I said. "I'm in." "Smart choice." She turned and waved to Ben, who jogged up the steps with a crowbar in hand. He nodded at me and didn't ask questions. Claire led us down the stairwell in silence, glancing around each corner before moving. The street was even emptier than before, and not a single soul. Not even the watchers, but we could hear them. Faint moans, low muttering. Some of it came from alleyways, other parts from rooftops. The worst part was trying to tell the difference between words and just gibberish. It was like they were speaking in broken fragments of thoughts they didn't fully understand themselves. "Where are we going?" I asked once we were a few blocks away. There's a gas station, Claire said. We'll meet up with our scout there, grab supplies, then head to the checkpoint, assuming it's still there. Ben added, It'll be there, she said firmly. It has to be. We didn't talk much after that. Every time one of us opened our mouths, some noise in the distance made us freeze. A can tipping over, a door creaking open by itself, a short scream cut off too quickly. I hadn't realized until then how long it had been since I'd seen a single normal person. Claire and Ben weren't just company, they were hopeful. And hope was dangerous. It made you believe you had a chance. And when it was ripped away, we reached the gas station just as the sky began to fade from pitch black to that pale pre-dawn gray. A figure leaned against the doorframe, waving when he saw us. Liam, Claire called out softly. Yeah, the kid replied. Couldn't have been older than 17. Draw their attention just like you said. He looked at me and gave a tired smile. Nice to meet you, man. Welcome to the end of the world. I didn't say anything because in the quiet that followed, I realized something. The whispering hadn't stopped. It was just closer now. The gas station looked like it had been abandoned mid-panic. The glass door hung slightly ajar, and the floor inside was littered with knocked-over chip racks, spilled soda, and torn-up flyers. One of the security mirrors above the register had been shattered, leaving bits of silver glass glittering like ice shards along the counter. The air reeked of gasoline, stale sweat, and something faintly rotten, something old. Claire led the way inside with her axe lowered but ready. Ben follows behind, while keeping an eye on the street. I trailed after, my knife still in hand, though I was starting to feel stupid carrying it around like I had no idea how to use it. Liam, the teenager who'd helped draw the infected away from my place, stayed at the door. He looked jumpy, not the twitchy, paranoid kind of jumpy. More like a guy who knew exactly how bad things could get and was waiting for the next crash, the next scream, the next sprint for your life. I respected that. He didn't waste time pretending things were fine. Only got a few minutes before the freaks figure out this place isn't empty, he said without turning. So, grab what you need, and make it fast. I moved through the aisles, grabbing anything useful I could find. Water bottles, chocolate bars, a flashlight, 2 packs of cigarettes, even though I didn't smoke. Figured someone might want them later. Survival makes your priorities weird. Claire moved like she'd done this before. She stripped down an entire shelf into her backpack in less than a minute, tossing in painkillers, lighters, batteries. Then raided the back fridge, pried open the cash register, and pulled out a box of matches taped underneath. Liam just watched the road, eyes scanning like a sentry on the edge of war. That's when I noticed something strange. The humming of the freezer had started again. I paused mid-grab and looked toward the back of the store. A red light blinked over the walk-in cooler. Nothing else had power. Not the front signs, not the pump screens, but that cooler had juice and it was open. Hey, I said, pointing toward the back. Does anyone check the restroom? Ben's head snapped toward me, and for a second, he just stared. Then he gave a tired sigh. Figured it was clear when we came in, he said. Didn't hear anything. He swallowed hard. I'll check. I need to take a leak anyway. Claire looked like she was about to protest, but then shrugged. Be quick. I made my way to the back hallway and pushed open the bathroom door. Inside was worse than I expected. The lights were flickering, dim and yellow, and the mirror above the sink was cracked. Trash overflowed from the bin, and the entire place stank like someone had locked themselves in there during the outbreak and never came back out. I stepped up to the urinal and tried to go, but something about the silence kept throwing me off. It wasn't the kind of quiet you get when you're alone. It was heavy, tense, like the walls were listening. Then I heard the whispering again. I froze midstream, heart hammering. The voice was faint but right there inside the bathroom. I turned my head slowly toward the last stall. The door was closed. Someone was talking behind it. At first I thought they were on the phone. But no, the words didn't sound like they were for anyone but themselves. I can't get out. The voice hissed. They're still here. I see them. I hear them. They won't leave. I took a step back. Hello, I said, voice tight. Silence, then rapid breathing, then muttering, more frantic. I couldn't make out half of it. Just words like feast, wrong mind, and pulling strings. My fingers clenched tighter around the knife handle. Sir, are you okay? I asked. The stall door suddenly flew open with a crash. A man burst out, tall, gaunt, shirt torn and stained dark red down the front. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging, his teeth clenched and chattering like he was freezing. He lunged at me so fast I didn't have time to think. We crashed into the sink. He was screaming, not in pain, but like a furious animal. His fingers clawed at my shirt, then my throat. I fought back with the knife, slashing blindly. Out, 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 he shrieked. Not in my head. I drove the knife up into his chest once, twice, a third time. He didn't even flinch. The bathroom door burst open and Claire rushed in, swinging the axe. The blade caught him square in the side of the neck, dropping him like a tree. He spasmed once and then went still, his blood spreading fast across the cracked tile. I slid down the wall, panting, trying to not throw up. Claire bent over him, yanked the axe free with a sickening squelch, and checked his pupils. "Tu faragone," she muttered. I looked at my arm. My sleeve was torn, and I had a deep scratch across my forearm. I didn't even remember getting it. "Fuck," I whispered. "He scratched me. He bled on me." "Don't panic," Claire said. "What do you mean, don't panic? You saw him. It's not a virus," she said, shaking her head. "At least, not exactly." Then appeared in the doorway, panting. "What happened?" "Bathroom was occupied," Claire said grimly. "He's dead." Ben looked at the scratch on my arm and frowned. "You need antibiotics," he said. "Now? I don't get it," I stammered. I thought this was some kind of disease, something in the alert. "It's a parasite," Claire interrupted. "That guy wasn't just infected, he was infested. And if what I was told is right, we all have it inside us." I stared at her. "What?" "I work at the biotech lab up on El Camino Real," she said. "At least I did before all this. When the lockdown started, I got a message from one of our lead researchers. Said there was a containment breach, some kind of engineered parasite that hijacks parts of the brain. Every resident was exposed months ago." "No symptoms?" I asked. "Most people had no idea until it activated. Stress, trauma, who knows what sets it off. But once it starts taking control, there's no stopping it." "So we're all walking time bombs?" I asked. "Pretty much," Ben said. "That's why the alert said neurological," Liam added, appearing behind him. "It's not a sickness, it's possession." I looked down at the scratch on my arm. It was already swelling. Claire reached into her bag and handed me a small bottle of pills. "Antibiotics slow it down," she said. "They don't cure it, but they can keep it at bay for a while. Take one now." I swallowed a pill without water. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. "Are we still going to the evac point?" Liam asked. "Yeah," Claire said. "We don't have a choice." "Then we move now," Ben said, "before they come looking." I looked back toward the body in the bathroom. The man's eyes were still open, still staring. We left the gas station just before sunrise. The sky had started to bleed into a pale orange, casting long shadows that made every parked car and tree look like someone crouching, waiting to pounce. The streets were quiet. Too quiet. No infection in sight. But that didn't mean they were gone. It meant they were waiting again like they had around my apartment. Silent. Still listening. The four of us walked in a tight group. Claire leading with her axe. Ben taking the rear. Liam and I in the middle. I kept my arms close to my body, trying to hide the scratch, even though they'd already seen it. Every time I felt a twinge in my muscles or a chill down my spine, I panicked, wondering if it was the parasite waking up. Claire had given us all antibiotics. Small, bitter pills, she said, she'd stolen from the lab before it went dark. They weren't designed for this. They were just a stopgap. A temporary leash on something crawling inside us that wanted out. "Checkpoint's a mile from here," she said. "At the Dumbarton Bridge near the Caltrain yards. If the army's still there, we can get out. And if they're not," Liam asked. Ben grunted. "Then we run again." No one laughed. We passed a row of houses with doors wide open and furniture scattered across the lawns. Blood on the porch steps, handprints on the siding. I tried not to look too hard. Whatever had happened there, I didn't want to know the details. There was enough already seared into my brain. Claire raised a hand and crouched near the end of a side street. We followed her lead, ducking low behind a rusted van. Just ahead was a cluster of figures, shambling down the road, 6 or 7 of them. Their movements were strange, like they were puppets controlled by someone who didn't quite understand how limbs worked. One of them suddenly stopped and stared right in our direction. We didn't move. It tilted its head as if listening to something only it could hear. Then it screamed, a raw, distorted sound that made my eardrums vibrate. The others turned instantly and bolted in the direction of the sound, and not toward us, but away down a side alley. The scream hadn't been for us. It was a signal. They're chasing something, Claire whispered. Or someone. We stayed frozen until the last of them disappeared. Then we moved fast, taking back routes and side streets, avoiding anything that looked too open. Liam kept scanning rooftops. Ben didn't speak. I think he was trying not to think too hard. Like if he let his mind wander, the parasite might use that as a way in. We reached the edge of the Caltrain yards, just before the sun fully broke the horizon. From there, we could see the bridge. It was a mess. Abandoned vehicles were piled up like someone had tried to ram through a barricade. The concrete was stained with soot and blood. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, some half covered with tarps, others slumped in unnatural positions. A makeshift barrier had been constructed at the center of the bridge using sandbags, barbed wire, and traffic dividers. Behind it, just barely visible through the morning mist, stood a tall concrete wall. A new one like it had been built recently, probably overnight. There it is, Liam said. Hopeful. They walled off the city, or caged it, Ben muttered. We crept closer, ducking behind cars and moving low. The closer we got, the more obvious it became. Something terrible had happened here. These people hadn't died fighting the infected. They'd been executed. Bullet holes in the back. No signs of struggle. Women, men, even kids. Some of them looked like they'd been clinging to each other when they were shot. Oh my God, I whispered. Claire was the first to speak. This wasn't an outbreak. This was a purge. I turned to her. You said the government was evacuating. They were, she said. At first. I guess they changed their minds. Liam walked ahead of us, stepping over a toppled stroller. He knelt beside one of the bodies and pointed. Look at this, he said. No bites, no blood, no signs of infection. Ben joined him and pulled the collar down on another body. Gunshot. Clean, right through the heart. I felt the bile rise in my throat. These people didn't die running from monsters. They were slaughtered. Why would they do this? Liam asked, voice cracking. Why kill people trying to escape? They're not looking for survivors. Ben said coldly. They're cleaning up the mess. Claire's face was pale. If they knew the parasite spread to the whole town, they'd see everyone here as a threat. No cure, no way to tell who's infected. Just eliminate the whole population and call it a biohazard. I backed away from the bodies, heart pounding. I believed we were heading toward safety. A checkpoint. Help. Now we were standing on top of a mass grave. Then Liam looked up and froze. Sniper, he said. We followed his gaze to the top of the concrete wall. A glint, a reflection off a scope. Before anyone could move, a shot cracked through the air. Liam's head snapped forward and he dropped like a sack of bricks. No, Claire screamed. I didn't even hear the second shot, only felt Ben tackle me to the pavement as bullets chewed through the air where I'd just been standing. We crawled backward under a wrecked SUV. Claire grabbed Liam's arm, trying to pull him with us, but his body was limp, blood pouring from the hole in his temple. Contact. A voice barked from the wall. More gunfire, more shouting. Run, Ben yelled. We scattered. I didn't see where Claire went. I just ran low and fast through the smoke and the screams, over blood, slick pavement, and past bodies that looked just like Liam's. We didn't stop running until the gunfire faded. We ducked into an alley several blocks away, lungs burning, hands shaking. I collapsed against the wall, trying to catch my breath. Ben was bleeding from a graze on his arm. Claire's face was smeared with Liam's blood. No one spoke for a long time. They shot him, she whispered. He didn't even have a weapon. They didn't care, I said. She looked at me, eyes glassy. We can't go back. We can't trust anyone out there. The military, the labs, the broadcasts, all of it's a lie. What do we do now? Ben asked. Claire looked down, silent. Then she took a deep breath. There's one place left, she said. The lab I worked at, Synthogen. They built that place like a fortress. And if anyone knows what this parasite really is, they'll be there. You think anyone's left? I asked. I don't know, she said, but I have a key card. It's better than waiting out here to die. I nodded. I didn't know what waited for us at that lab, but I knew what waited behind us. Bullets, fire, and the things that came when the noise stopped. We reached the lab just before nightfall. Synthogen sat at the edge of the industrial sector, surrounded by overgrown fences and cracked pavement. It didn't look like a place where miracles happened. More like the kind of building where bad things were buried. 4 stories of gray concrete, no windows on the lower floors, just a black tinted glass face above that reflected the dying sun like a smudged mirror. The sign out front had been vandalized. Someone had scratched "Liars" into the metal in jagged letters. Claire's hands trembled as she pulled her keycard from her pocket. Security entrance around the back. There's a basement garage. We can get in there without drawing attention. What if it's not secure? I asked. What if they're already inside? Then we deal with it, Ben said. We don't have any other choice. We circled the side of the building, stepping over broken glass and a dead dog that had been half-eaten and left in the sundae. Claire found the garage keypad and swiped her card. The light blinked red. She swiped again, this time green. The metal door shuddered and began to roll upward with a mechanical groan that felt way too loud. We all flinched. Go, Claire hissed. We ducked into the underground garage. It was darker than pitch. No lights, no motion, just the stink of motor oil and mildew. My flashlight barely cut through the blackness, but I saw cars. Lots of them, parked in clean lines, untouched. Some were high-end staff vehicles. No one had driven out of here. We moved quickly along the wall, weapons ready. I kept my ears open, trying to ignore the damp squish of something leaking under one of the cars. Then I heard it again, the whispering, faint, garbled, like someone was talking through a wet cloth. I held up a hand and motioned toward a shadow near the center of the garage. A figure stood there facing the opposite direction. A man in a torn lab coat, his head twitching in irregular jerks. His shoulders shuddered as he muttered to himself, scratching at his arms like he was trying to dig something out. Don't move, I whispered. Claire looked at me, then at the figure. She frowned. He might be one of the researchers, or what's left of one, Ben muttered. The door to the interior stairwell was just behind him. We'd have to get past. I can sneak up, I offered. If he sees me, I'll run. Draw him away. Claire stared at me for a beat, then slowly handed me her axe. You sure? No. I moved in slowly. Each step felt like it took a full minute. I didn't breathe, didn't blink. The figure kept whispering, but the words weren't words anymore. Just fragments of language twisted into nonsense. Can't breathe, too loud, dig it out, in the teeth, in the blood. I was 5 feet away. He shrieked, not because he saw me, but because something inside him made him scream. It wasn't human. He spun around. His face was pale and sagging, lips chewed raw, and his eyes bloodshot and rimmed with black, but he looked at me. Really looked. There was someone still in there. Please, he whispered, voice breaking. Kill me. I swung the axe. It hit bone and dropped him like a sack of wet meat. He gasped once and didn't get back up. I stood there shaking, my breath coming in broken pieces. Claire touched my arm and pulled me toward the door. We entered the stairwell and shut the door behind us, the lock clicking into place. Inside, the silence was thicker than outside, almost like the building had been insulated to keep the rest of the world out. The air was stale, tinged with cleaning chemicals, and something sour. Security rooms on the 2nd floor, Claire said. If anyone's alive, they'll be there. We took the stairs slowly. Each creak of the steps sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. At the 2nd floor landing, the corridor looked like it had been looted. Desks overturned, paper shredded everywhere. One of the overhead lights flickered just enough to make everything feel like it was vibrating. We reached a door labeled security, and Claire knocked. Silence. Then a voice distorted through the intercom. My heart skipped. The door unlocked. Inside, a man sat in a swivel chair, surrounded by monitors. He looked like hell, pale, sweating, eyes bloodshot. But he was alert, focused. "Claire, you took long enough." "Dr. Ellis," she breathed. "Jesus, you're still here." "I've been monitoring everything," he said. "The city's dead. The evac points were never for civilians. They were kill zones. I tried to warn people." He gestured at the screens. Some showed interior hallways. Others were on the streets. One showed the bridge where Liam had been shot. Still bodies everywhere. Still snipers on the wall. "We know," Claire said softly. Ben stepped forward. "Can you tell us what's really going on?" Ellis leaned back and rubbed his temples. "It's a parasite, engineered off a modified strain of Toxoplasma gondii. Hijacks behavior, takes over neurons, influences aggression, obedience, even vocal mimicry. The goal was crowd control, subtle manipulation. Then it mutated." Claire frowned. "Why infect the whole town test site?" Ellis said they wanted to see how well it could spread without direct transmission, so they used the flu shot. Free vaccines administered by town clinics under federal contracts. Almost everyone got it. "I didn't," I said. "I just moved here a few weeks ago." "Then you're probably the only clean one left," Ellis said. "But you've been scratched. You've been exposed." He stood and opened a drawer, pulling out a small silver key. "This gets you to the sub-basement storage unit B. There's an old maintenance tunnel that leads to the San Francisco Creek outside the city wall. Was never documented in blueprints. It's how some of the staff got out before things went to hell." "Why didn't you leave?" Claire asked. "I made this," he said. "I watched it spread. I helped design the protocols. I'm not walking away from what I did." Outside the security room, a loud crash echoed through the hallway. The cameras showed infected flooding in through the ground floor lobby, shoving each other, shrieking, bleeding from the nose and mouth. Their eyes rolled in different directions. Some crawled, some screamed. "They're here," Ellis said, grabbing the pistol from his desk. He shoved it into Claire's hands. "You'll need this more than me. Come with us," she said. He shook his head. "They're coming for me. I've seen it on the feeds. They know I'm the host." "What?" "The parasite controls the collective, a hive mind. It sees through all of them, but it needs a central brain. I've resisted for days, maybe longer, but I can't hold it forever. Go." That was the last thing he said before locking the door behind us. Then came the gunshots and the screaming. We didn't stop to look back. The stairwell shook with the force of what was happening above. Gunshots rang out fast and frantic, followed by inhuman screeches that pierced through walls like needles, the kind of sounds that didn't belong in the throat of anything human. I didn't know how long Dr. Ellis could hold them off, but I knew it wouldn't be for long. We reached the basement without speaking. The air grew colder, heavier, like the ground itself was warning us to turn back. The lights flickered and buzzed in long humming intervals, revealing glimpses of the hallway ahead. Concrete walls, locked cages, storage units, a faint echo in the distance like footsteps but without rhythm. Ben led the way now, holding the crowbar like a blade. Claire was pale, lips tight, eyes sharp. I followed behind, hand clutched over the scratch on my arm. The pain was dull now, but every time my heart beat, it felt like something deeper than blood was pulsing inside me. Claire reached Unit B and slid the key into the old steel lock. It clicked louder than it should have in the quiet. The gate creaked open to reveal a cluttered utility room. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with sealed boxes and dust-covered tools. At the back was a large metal grate half covered by a fallen shelf. We cleared the debris and found it. A hatch bolted into the wall barely wide enough to crawl through. A faded warning label read, "Staff access only." "This is it," she said. "Where does it go?" Ben asked. "Down to a tunnel. Ends at the creek outside the wall. It's not guarded. It was built before the city expanded." Ben knelt down and tested the hatch. It's not locked, but before he could open it, we heard footsteps. Not from behind us, from inside the storage room. Something had entered with us or was waiting. We turned in unison. The lights flickered once, twice, then stayed off. Total black. A single voice echoed in the dark. Soft, like a lullaby whispered through broken teeth. "You're already part of us." Then came the breathing. Dozens of breaths in perfect sync around us. "I can't see," I hissed. Claire pulled her flashlight from her bag and flicked it on. The beam cut through the dark and landed on them. At least 10 infected, crowded just beyond the shelves. Some crouched, others standing sideways, twitching like puppets with tangled strings. One of them, a woman in a blood-soaked dress, had her fingers wrapped around her own hair, pulling it so tight her scalp bled. Her eyes were rolled back, mouth stretched into a grin. Another one, a child, maybe 10, was chewing on his own hand, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, but still standing, still staring. "Claire," Ben yelled. She kicked open the hatch. In. Ben dove in first, disappearing into the dark tunnel. Claire turned to me. "You next." I hesitated. The child was walking toward us now, murmuring something under his breath. His skin bubbled near his jawline, like something was shifting underneath. I dropped the flashlight and crawled into the tunnel, scraping my knees on the metal floor. Claire was right behind me. She fired one shot from Ellis's pistol, the sound deafening in the tight room, then slammed the hatch shut. Darkness swallowed us again. The tunnel was narrow, maybe 4 feet high, and barely 3 feet wide. We crawled, panting, grunting, gagging at the thick stench of rotten mildew. The air was humid and full of flies. Water dripped from rusted pipes above, and somewhere far behind us, we could still hear them, the infected. Their screams didn't echo. They vibrated through the pipes like sonar. "They're following," Ben said breathlessly. "How long's the tunnel?" "Half a mile," Claire said. "Less if we move fast." I didn't say anything. I could barely keep going. My vision swam. My arms trembled with each movement. Then I saw it. A sliver of light. We crawled faster, dirt and water splashing into our mouths and eyes. At the end of the tunnel, another grate rusted, bent, and behind it, daylight. Ben reached it first and threw his shoulder against the metal. It groaned, resisted, then gave way with a snap. He pulled himself out, then helped me through. The moment I felt the sun on my face, I collapsed. Grass, mud, the smell of trees. We were out. The wall was behind us. Distant now, a monolith looming over the broken city. Military trucks line the far side. Too far to hear us, too far to stop us. Claire stumbled out of the tunnel last, dropping her bag and collapsing onto the embankment beside us. We lay there in silence, gasping, listening for footsteps that never came. "Is this it?" I asked. "For now," Ben said. But then Claire pulled something from her pocket, a folded photo. She stared at it for a long time, tears running silently down her cheeks. Then she handed it to me. It was a girl, maybe 8 or 9, with a school uniform, huge smile. "My daughter," she said. "I sent her away last month before the alert started. I knew something was wrong. I didn't know how bad." She pointed to the back. An address was written there in hurried ink. "If I don't make it, you will," I said. "I can feel it," she whispered. "It's already changing me. I heard them in the tunnel calling me. You're okay now. We're out." "No, we're never out." She stood slowly, brushed off her pants, and checked her pistol. 1 bullet left. Ben knew before I did. "No," he said. "There has to be another way. If I go with you," she said, "I'll get you both killed." She looked at me. "Promise me you'll find her." "I promise," I whispered. She smiled barely. "You're clean. You're the only one who can." Before I could say anything else, she turned back toward the tunnel and walked inside. The last thing I saw was her silhouette vanish into the dark, then the gunshot. Ben dropped to his knees, head bowed. I sat beside him, numb, the photo pressed against my chest. We didn't speak for a long time. Eventually, we walked. We didn't know where we were going, but we walked anyway. Weeks passed. The media reported the Palo Alto quarantine as a viral outbreak. Unknown origin, high mortality, 0 survivors, city sterilized, the usual headlines. They listed names. Mine was one of them. But I didn't die. I changed my name, burned everything that connected me to that place, took up work under the radar, moved often, slept little, and every night I'd unfold that photo, that smile. I found her. Took me months, but I did. Her name was Sophia. She didn't recognize the photo, but when I gave her the message Claire had scrawled on the back, the one that said, "Mommy will always be proud of you, even if I can't be there. I love you, baby." She cried for an hour. I stayed with her until her father returned. He thanked me, asked who I was. I told him I was no one. Then I left. Sometimes, when it's quiet and the lights flicker, I still hear the whispers. Sometimes I feel something twitch under my skin. A twinge, a tick, a pulse that isn't mine, and I wonder if I ever really got out. The emergency alert woke me up. I woke up to an emergency alert at 6 a.m. this morning on my phone. Checking my phone, the alert read, "Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions." After living in Seattle for almost 10 years, I've only ever received a handful of emergency alerts, which all presented themselves as tests for the emergency alert system. Generally, I live my life pretty freely, and I don't take life too seriously. Unfortunately for me, this means I'm not the type of person who prepares for the worst to happen. But then I realized what I should have been doing. I thought to myself, better safe than sorry. So after getting out of bed, I immediately headed downstairs and checked that both the front and back doors were locked and deadbolted. I always lock my doors at night, but I needed to verify this simply for sanity's sake, even if I didn't know exactly what was going on. I live in a decently sized 2-story house that I've worked my ass off to make a reality. The windows downstairs all had solid security screens on them, meaning there was no need for me to check the locks on them. After securing the house, I went upstairs to my bedroom and tried to make a couple of calls. Initially, I called my boss. I couldn't just expect to get the day off work without explaining the situation, if there even was a situation. The phone rang for some time before directing me to her voicemail system. I left a message explaining the emergency alert that I received. "Call me back when you get this voicemail," I said, "or at least when you have the chance to discuss what happened." I tried calling my parents, but again, it was straight to their voicemail system. And I think at this point, when I started to get worried, my parents lived almost 2 hours away from me in Yakima, and they're always awake at the ass crack of dawn. They never left the house before 8 a.m., but I still tried to convince myself that they were busy with something else. So again, I left a message for them. "Get back to me when you can," I said. My phone rang. A message from one of my colleagues at work, Dave. He was asking whether I'd received the emergency alert too, and if I knew anything about why it was sent out. I replied immediately, "I don't know any more than you do." I told him, "But I'll let you know if I find anything out. I need to calm down now. There's no use worrying over something yet that I didn't even know about." I decided to shower first before having a quick breakfast and turning on the television to get my mind off whatever could be going on. At this point, it was about 7:30 a.m., the time I'd usually be leaving for work. I'm not one to purposely ignore warning signs, so I'd rather get an angry text from my boss than get caught up in whatever caused the emergency alert to be sent out in the first place. I turned the television on. The same emergency alert sound invaded my ears. The volume was so high from the music that I was listening to the night before that I had to dive for the remote to turn it down. The same words that my phone woke me up to were now the only words on the screen. "Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions." Now I was extremely worried. I was realizing this couldn't be an accident or test. I'd never seen any emergency warnings like this, let alone it being presented on every channel that I flicked through without any additional information. There was no way for me to know what was going on or how to prepare for it. After turning the volume from the television all the way down for a break from that blaring alert sound, I realized how quiet it was outside. No cars coming, birds chirping, neighbors chatting, or the airplane flying overhead. Nothing. I never realized how accustomed I might become to those background sounds. Its lack of background sound made me feel incredibly uneasy, like I could sense something was wrong regardless of the emergency alerts. All my blinds were still shut, so I hadn't had a chance or even thought about looking outside until this point. There weren't any specific instructions regarding looking outside anyway, so I didn't really think anything of it. But I thought that it would be safest to look outside my bedroom window, which leads out to the small balcony through a sliding glass door. I went into my room and pulled on the string that rotates the vertical blinds, and immediately my room flooded with natural light and the warmth of the sun that hit me. I'd always loved the warmth of direct sunlight, so I made sure that my windows faced towards the sunrise and subsequently towards the street over. After opening the blinds, what I saw made me immediately drop to the floor. Not aside from the street. I barely got a glimpse of him, but they looked extremely hostile. These creatures. They were nothing like any animal I'd ever seen. They were gathered in a circle in front of a house across from mine. It looked like there were about 8 of them. They were gaunt and tall and appeared as though they were wearing a suit of skin that was far too tight for their bodies. Their bones seemed to be almost protruding from their skin. They had no facial features besides a pair of dark sunken eyes that appeared completely white in contrast with their extremely dark skin. These things were far from human but were standing on 2 legs like us. I'm glad that they didn't see me. They can see it, all that is. I don't think I'd be writing this right now if they had seen me. After dropping to the floor, I immediately closed the blinds again. I never had a panic attack before now, but now realizing the actual danger I was in, it sure felt like I was going through something similar. Nothing that was going on was normal. Without confidence, I dialed the emergency telephone number on my phone, and immediately, a recorded message sounded through my speaker. Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions. Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions. This message pierced my ears and continued looping, and I ended the call. A couple of hours passed by, and I went through my entire phone list trying to get into contact with anyone I possibly could. Not even Dave would respond. Not a single person answered their phone or responded to the frantic voicemails that I left. At the moment, I was safe in my house. But how long would that last? I don't even know what these creatures were, let alone what they were capable of. I just knew that they weren't here to make friends. Eventually, I decided to make my way downstairs to take stock of the food that I had. I don't know how long I have to wait these creatures out, but the power was still working at the moment, so everything in the fridge and my freezers was still okay. The water was still running. I mean, obviously, since I was able to take a shower. But again, I didn't know how long that would last. I decided to fill up the bathtub and the downstairs bathroom in case the water stops running anytime soon. So at least I'd have maybe 150 liters of drinkable water in that case. Curiosity got the better of me after taking stock of the food and filling up a tub. See, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was already going a little mad. Just yesterday, everything had been completely fine, and now I couldn't get in touch with a single person, and there were creatures outside in the street that I'd never seen before. I needed to look again. I needed to know that what I saw was real, and not something that I'd made up in my head. This all felt like a weird dream that I needed to wake up from, but I knew this was real. I went back upstairs to my bedroom and peeked through the blinds. And surprisingly, the creatures were no longer where I'd seen them earlier. I noticed the door to the house across the street looked like it had been scratched through, though. These long scratch marks along the length of the wooden doors and large hole in the center. They had broken their way into that house, but they were no longer anywhere to be seen. That is, until I noticed something staring straight back at me through the upstairs window of that same house. The deep, sunken eyes I stared into seemed like they'd be able to steal my soul from my body if I looked for too long. And after my brain recognized what I was staring at, I lurched backwards away from the blinds. That thing had no doubt seen me, and I paced back and forth thinking of what I should do at this point. When I heard a horrendous sound coming from downstairs, I quietly made my way down the stairs towards the sound. The sound pierced my ears, something like something sharp being dragged across metal. And that's what I realized. They were trying to get inside. The metal security screen door that I installed was being bashed by them. I started moving the bookcases that I had by the entrance against the front door, and now the sun was setting, and they were mercilessly going at it. There's no way I could fend off those things barehanded. That's done. I remember the gift my dad gave me on my 25th birthday. See, I was never really into guns. I never had a need for one, but at a time like this it was quite necessary, if it had to come to that. And I'd run back upstairs into the guest room, where I stored everything that was gifted to me for my birthday this year. And the pistol was in its case. I moved it, I loaded it with the ammunition on. My dad showed me how to use it, so I didn't. I never fired a gun, so this still remains as a last resort. And now I'm sitting in my room recording this. The pistol is sitting on my bedside table, and I can still hear those creatures down there. I don't know exactly what I should do. There. Should I run? Should I fight? If you're hearing this, please respond, I said. So it's been a couple of days since my last post. A lot has happened. On a positive note, I'm not dead yet. However, I'm in a new predicament now. So yeah, I had to post this as a record of what's happened here. Let's start from where I left off my previous post. That hideous sound from the front door downstairs didn't let up. I needed to decide whether I would find somewhere safe to hide within the house or make a run for it while those creatures were preoccupied at the door. Both of those options had downsides. See, if I decided to stay in the house and hide, I'd find myself trapped should they find me. If I decided to run, there's no way of knowing how well they are at tracking or even how many more of them there are outside. I also have no experience shooting a gun, so I felt as though an enclosed environment would give me the best chance of landing a shot should it come to that. But no. But then again, if there's no telling whether a bullet would stop them or not, do I have an attic that I hoped would be difficult to reach by those creatures? The opening is in the second bedroom and requires a ladder to get up. Fortunately, I painted that room earlier in the year and borrowed a ladder from my father, which I forgot to return to him with. This plan in my head is hard to put into action. I needed to gather food and water before going up there, but I didn't know how much time I had left before they broke through the door. The makeshift barricade at the bottom of the stairs is right by the front door, so if I couldn't get back to the stairs in time, I'd be dead for sure. I grabbed the pistol that had been sitting beside me and bolted downstairs, and then I realized these creatures weren't just bombarding the front door. The sound of metal scraping on metal came from windows too. Never had I ever been so thankful that I had security screens, ones that were installed into the windows, but I couldn't imagine they would hold up for much longer. I had no time to screw around. With haste, I headed toward the kitchen. A lot of food was stolen from when I was taking stock. I grabbed a couple of shopping bags from the pantry. I scooped whatever I could from the counter and filled up the bags, not forgetting to grab a can opener. I grabbed it too for the utensils. I predicted all the food that would last me about 2 weeks if I stretched it out, but I didn't have time to gather everything, and I wouldn't be able to make a second trip down here anytime soon. Water was more important anyways. See, without water, I wouldn't last a week. The only thing I could think of was to fill the water bottles I had and hope they would last me until these creatures moved on. So I rummaged through the cupboards and found 4 different water bottles of varying sizes. I filled them up at the tap as fast as I could before throwing them in bags of the food. These bags were pretty heavy now. See, I placed a pistol in my waistband and lifted the bags running towards the staircase. A loud crash came from the kitchen window behind me. Not like what I'd already been hearing, it sounded like one of them got through the security screen. I didn't have time to look back, and honestly I was too scared to. Hoping I'd make it in time, I dashed up the stairs as fast as I could and ran for the spare bedroom. I slammed the door behind me and quickly locked it, knowing full well that a thin bedroom door wouldn't stop these things. I dropped the bags all right, grabbed a ladder that was lying on the ground. Lining it up with the attic opening, I climbed up. I moved to the panel covering the opening. More loud crashes and heavy footsteps on the wooden floors could be heard from downstairs. There wasn't much time left. I grabbed the bags and lifted them into the attic with all the strength I could muster. And this is what I realized. I left my phone in my bedroom. I felt like I'd need it in case anybody tried to contact me, but I clearly wasn't in the right state of mind at the time. Without even thinking, I climbed down the ladder away from the safest place that I could hope to be right now, and swung the door open, about to bolt from my bedroom, stupidly thinking I still had time to spare. The figure I saw at the bottom of the staircase stunned me, and I froze for a second. My mind told me to scream, but it was like I was paralyzed. Nothing came out of my mouth. Its eyes stared wide, that I'd stared into from a window across the street, and suddenly the figure lunged towards me up the stairs. I snapped out of it. I ran backwards into the spare bedroom. I slammed the door closed again. The creature made contact with the door, and a loud thump sounded resounding in my ears from the impact. I pounced at the ladder and scurried up to the opening. I didn't know how smart they were, but my mind told me I needed to pull the ladder up, or they definitely would know that I was up here. I leaned over the opening. I reached for the ladder. I grabbed it firmly. I heaved upwards and backwards. This ladder wasn't light, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins must have helped till I pulled it up into the attic. Vicious scratching sounds came from the bedroom door, and just as I placed the panel over the opening, the sound of the door being caved in boomed. I held my breath and closed my eyes in the dark. I could hear the creature below me scurrying around, destroying everything in the room. It would have torn me apart if it had caught me. I'm sure that soon I could hear the other creatures making their way up the staircase and into the bedroom. The fact that they had no vocal sound was unsettling, like a silent serial killer with a mask. But I'm not sure I'd rather be listening to whatever visceral sounds they would make if they had mouths. The only thing I could do from here on out was wait. Wait until they settled down or lose interest, and they kept as quiet as possible. I didn't move an inch for a few hours, continuing listening to the rampage happening below me. I had no way of knowing how good their hearing was, and I was in no rush to find out. I silently prayed that my phone would survive the ordeal, so I wouldn't be completely isolated if there were a chance of contacting someone, and internally reprimanded myself for being stupid enough to forget it. I had no way of knowing what time it was exactly, but a glimpse of sunlight shone through the small window in the attic, signifying dawn was upon us. I survived the night, and for that I was thankful. I could still hear faint sounds coming from the house below, but the creature's rampage had subsided for the most part. As quiet as I could, I grabbed a snack bar out of one of the bags. I drank from one of the bottles I had filled, only now realizing how thirsty I was in the lukewarm water that I'd usually only drink when ice cold met my lips. I chugged half the bottle before I could stop myself. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to risk going down anytime soon, so I stayed up in the attic for the entire day. I actually felt relatively safe. I assumed they didn't know I was up here, since I'm sure they would have joined me by now if they did, but I couldn't stay up here forever. I still needed to get my phone, and for obvious reasons, if it hadn't been destroyed yet, that is. I eventually passed out from exhaustion, I think, since I don't remember purposely laying my head down to rest despite waking up, knowing that time had definitely passed and held my bladder screaming at me for release, though there, obviously, nose in a toilet, my attic, so it's off. Bury the details. Needless to say, I remained as quiet as possible. Eventually, I realized I could no longer hear any sound coming from the house below, but getting down and back up again wouldn't be a walk in the park, since I need to use the ladder again. And staying anywhere else in the house clearly wasn't safe, but I can only guess as to the state of the windows and doors being in shambles. Luckily though, if the phone had survived, it would only be in the next room over where I'd left it. I decided to wait a few more hours before executing the retrieve and retreat again plan. Slowly, I removed the panel from the attic opening and quietly surveyed the spare room below. Everything looked to have been torn to shreds, and I can only imagine what would have happened if I had taken just a few moments too long to get up in the attic, plus the room was a mess. There was no sign of the creatures in direct vicinity. I poked my head out further. I peeked towards the bedroom door, well, at least what was left of it. Again, no sign of them. Still, I couldn't hear a thing from downstairs, so I quietly moved the ladder and lowered it down slowly. I made sure to hold the pistol tight while climbing down the ladder as light-footed as I could, and made my way to the doorway. The bottom of the stairs looked clear too, but I wasn't going to risk going down there right now. I crept towards the open doorway that was once my bedroom door, and surveyed the room silently, trying to locate my phone. My bed had been turned upwards, and my clothes from the closet that had been hanging neatly when I was through across the floor with plenty of ferocious slashes through them. Finally, I located my phone. It seemed odd that it was sitting so perfectly on top of my favorite jacket, but I grabbed it. I turned it towards the doorway, and that's what I saw. The creature rose onto two legs through my balcony, not like it had been waiting for me in a crouched position, and once the other creature stared at me for a moment, with its deep, sunken white eyes, but without thinking, I aimed the pistol. The creature. I'd pulled the trigger. The sound of the glass shattering made a deafening sound, and I fell backwards. I didn't know if I'd hit the creature or not, but I needed to get back to the attic now if I had any chance of getting it out of there unscathed. The sound of the gun would surely alert others. I knew this, so I immediately got to my feet and started back towards the attic opening. I glanced to where the creature had been a second ago, but it wasn't there anymore. Assuming I hit it, I made my way back to the spare room and hurried up the ladder with my phone in my back pocket. The sound of the creatures galloping up the stairs surprised me, and I glanced toward the staircase for the open doorway. They saw me this time. I hurtled back up into the attic and kicked the ladder out from under myself. I quickly moved the panel back over the opening and threw the heavy bags on top of it, hoping to weigh it down. Immediately, the pounding began. Pulling my phone out of my back pocket, I unlocked the screen. Another emergency alert flashed on the screen and said, "Seek the nearest bomb shelter immediately." Saturation bombing inbound ETA, 1:53 p.m. The clock on my phone showed the time as 12:30 p.m. If you're reading this now, please respond. I said. Reading the emergency alert on my phone, my heart sank. I just had 2.5 hours to make it to the nearest bomb shelter. Those creatures relentlessly pound on the attic access panel, and only the small attic window as an escape option. My chances of making a safe escape stood at almost 0%, but I wasn't about to give up. The nearest bomb shelter I knew of was nowhere near where I lived. No, knowing how many of those creatures were roaming around outside, I wouldn't stand a chance of making it there on foot. I need a car. My car is in the garage, and my keys are, or they were, in a bowl when I leave them at the front door before. Too risky to go back into the house. If I managed to escape, I'm sure I would need time to find them considering the state of just my bedroom, and time is something that I don't have a lot of. Thinking through the different scenarios in my head, immediately I remembered one of my neighbors, Brad, stopping me on a morning run a while back and telling me about how he preps for the end of the world. Something I definitely thought he was crazy for at the time and forgot about almost completely not long after he told me. I never thought anything like this would ever happen. He told me that he had a bunker installed under his house about a year ago, with enough food to last a family of 4 for a year despite him living alone. His house is a couple down from mine, but I never actually saw anything being installed. At this point though, this was the only chance that I had to make it somewhere survivable before the bombs hit. I needed to get to his place as soon as possible, and I had only one option of getting out of the attic. Immediately, I made my way over to the attic window. It was small, but slid open in its entirety from the bottom, so I guess I would manage to squeeze out. Luckily, I never had security bars installed on it. I needed to do this without alerting any of those creatures if they were still any outside of the house, whether they could climb or scale the house or not. I prayed for the latter. I popped the window open slightly and peeked out the window face towards the neighbor's house, and in the same direction I needed to go. The way the house was designed meant that I could lower myself onto the roof of the lower level of the house once I got outside, and not have to drop all the way to the ground, probably seriously injuring myself in the process. From the window, I couldn't immediately see any of the creatures in the vicinity. I forced the window open as far as it could go and propped the leg up and out. Once one of my legs were out, I hunched down and moved the rest of my body through the opening, followed by the leg holding onto the windowsill. I faced the wall and lowered myself slowly till my feet met the roof on the lower floor. The roof tiling was solid. I didn't trust myself enough to not slip and fall off, so I lowered my body onto all fours and crouched down. From here, I could definitely be seen from the street, whether I was crouching or not, so I immediately moved forward towards the back of the house. I guess it would be a lot more likely that there would be more of those creatures on the street rather than in my backyard. I was right. I scanned the backyard from my vantage point and didn't see any of the creatures. However, I could still hear the creatures pounding in the attic panel, which would likely attract more of those things if they were attracted to the sounds. This also meant those ones were still preoccupied, and I still had time before they figured out that I wasn't up there anymore. I carefully made my way towards the gutter pipe, which traversed the length of the house to the bottom, and made one final scan before lowering myself onto it. Sliding down the pipe, I tried my best to stay quiet. However, the worst thing that could possibly happen at that point occurred. The fixture that secured the pipe on the wall came loose as the screws tore from the wall. The pipe came along with me and came crashing down onto the concrete pavement, slamming into the ground. The air immediately left my lungs. I tried breathing in again, but I couldn't. I knew I had no time to mess around, and those creatures would have likely heard the commotion. I managed my way to my feet and forced myself towards the side of the house, away from the back door. At this point, my breath came back to me, but the pain in my back ached immensely, and I collapsed against the house. That fall definitely left a mark, and if this were any other time, I would probably have laid down and called for help, but help wasn't coming. I realized the pounding sound the attic I was hearing had stopped, and my heart sunk once more. They were coming. I picked myself up again and started moving. I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I knew a wasted second could be the difference between surviving this ordeal and being torn apart in a few moments. I needed to stay out of sight, so my first instinct was to scale the fence in front of me. The pain in my back throbbed, but my will to live was stronger. I jumped up and grabbed a hold of the top of the fence, holding on tightly. Pulling myself up, I thanked myself for working out regularly, which granted me increased upper body strength. I propped my leg up out of the fence and worked to pull the rest of my body up and over. My way down on the other side, however, was far from graceful as I pulled my body over the fence. My descent was halted by my shoe getting caught in the loose screw protruding from the top of the fence. Tugging on my shoe, it came loose from the nail. I fell onto a bush directly below me on the other side. Well, my descent wasn't graceful. It also wasn't too loud. However, this was no time to be hopeful, and I immediately brought myself to my feet and moved towards my next-door neighbor's house. It was probably safer to move between backyards and scaling fences than it was to expose myself to the street where other creatures likely lay waiting. Brad's house was just the next door over, so I wasn't far now. I could hear creatures scurrying around in my backyard behind the fence that I had to climb. They weren't smashing into the fence or jumping over it yet, so I thanked my lucky stars. I didn't know the family who lived directly next to me, but the state of the house left little to the imagination about their fate. The house had the same security features as mine from what I could see, but most of the back windows were broken, and the screen door looked like it had been completely torn open like mine, but the house stood silent right now. I moved towards the fence on the opposite side of the yard, the one that they shared with Brad, and quickly peeked over after scanning down the side of the house for any of the creatures. The coast was clear, but a wave of dread washed over me when I saw Brad's house too were taking a beating. It seemed like no house on my street had been left untouched by this point, and it was just one of the lucky ones who was targeted last. Without knowing the full behavior of these creatures, they could very well be one of them still lurking inside his house. It also dawned on me that it was likely Brad had already entered and sealed the bunker that he had built for exactly this type of scenario. Whether or not this was the case, he was still my last hope. I'd rather die trying than die doing nothing at all. Whilst his house was beaten like the others on the street, Brad's yard was clear. I made my way over the fence like I had the other, but this time being more careful not to get snagged. I stayed low to the fence, not wanting the creatures in my yard, or anywhere else to catch a glimpse of me, and then safely on the other side with a quiet thud on the bare dirt. The house was about the same size as mine, but I'd never actually been inside, so the location of Brad's bunker was still to be determined. The upside of his house already being invaded meant that I wouldn't have to do any breaking and entering myself. Just entering the back door had been torn completely off its hinges and lay on the ground outside the entrance. I moved towards the house and listened carefully for any sounds inside. The only sound I could hear was a banging from the direction of my house. That's when I realized it sounded like the creatures were pounding on the fence I had first scaled. I didn't know what caused them the commotion. Maybe just dumb luck. But I knew that it wouldn't be long before they made their way towards me, and I moved the handgun through my belt and raised it in front of me, before moving swiftly into the open doorway of light footsteps, avoiding making unnecessary sounds that would likely be heard from anyone or anything that remained. Inside, my plan was to look for a basement. Yes, this was the most likely place a hidden bunker would be situated inside a house. The back door entry led directly into a laundry area where shattered glass was strewn across the floor. Directly connected to this was the kitchen, which I scoped out carefully before entering. The glass in the floor made me very cautious of where I placed my foot. The large pieces of glass would likely not be quiet if shattered further. A loud sound bellowed from outside, making my heart skip a beat. It sounded as if the fence had been bowled over and hit the ground. I had no time to waste if they were getting closer already. I quickly moved through the kitchen and made my way into an open living room. The furniture had been completely torn apart. The floor was littered with bits and pieces of wood, glass, and other miscellaneous materials. A number of doors led out of this room, any of which could be hiding away. However, a door on the corner had clearly been torn through, leaving a large creature-sized gap in its wake. I made this assumption that this was likely where Brad had fled to, which hopefully meant this was the way down to a basement of some sort. More cautiously than ever, I walked towards the battered door, and as I entered the room, the lack of light caused my eyes to readjust. A staircase leading down was the first sign that I had been right. I stood silently for a while. My eyes slowly adjusted themselves to the darkness. There's no use going down into a basement I couldn't see a thing in. When I could make out the bottom of the staircase, I carefully moved down, and when I was halfway down the staircase, I saw it. Human remains covered the floor. Blood splatters covered the walls and the ceiling. A large pool of blood was situated in the corner of the room where Brad's mangled body laid. Huge pieces of flesh had been torn out. My stomach turned and I doubled over, dropping my hand, forcefully expelling the small amount of food that I consumed earlier. The sight was horrific. I couldn't believe that I had actually seen something so graphic. The world around me went mute for a moment as I processed the situation, but a deafening bang came from above me and snapped me out of my daze. The sight of Brad's body had narrowed my vision, but what appeared to be a solid metal door that was slightly ajar came into view near where his body remained. He was just a little too late. I sprinted towards the door and slammed my body into it, opening it wide enough to fit through. Something clattered down the stairs behind me, and I glanced back, and once again I saw that gross creature, its large eyes staring deep into my soul. It was coming towards me as fast as I'd imagined. I remained at the bottom of the staircase right, so foolishly dropped it without thinking. I heard the door close with all of my strength. I spun the handle. I sounded the creature slamming into the door and could be heard as the metal bolts locked the door in place. It's been a while since I heard the bombs drop about an hour after my last post. Welker shook so hard I thought that it was going to collapse on me. But after the last explosion, the walls and the ceiling remained solid. Without Brad and his prepper tendencies, I wouldn't be alive right now. I didn't know him too well, but I can't let his death be in vain. When I first got in here, the creatures continued pounding on the door relentlessly. But to my relief, none of them had managed to make their way into the bunker before I did. After the final bomb dropped, the outside world went silent. I'm inside the bunker. It seemed like the creatures hadn't even made a dent in the thick metal door that separated me from them. After hours of listening for any activities outside the door, I collapsed onto the bed Brad had installed. A single cot, which wasn't particularly comfortable, with a sense of a seemingly safe environment to lay down in, and the fact that it was a hell of a lot more comfortable than the wooden floor in the attic, I managed to fall asleep. I had vivid nightmares of the creatures that night, and I woke up in a cold sweat and opened my eyes. I was looking directly up at the ceiling. I tried to lift my head, but something stopped me. My body was stiff. It rejected every signal I gave it to move, felt heavy, but gravity had increased tenfold, and I'm stuck. That's what I noticed in the corner of my eye. The dark figure that stood in the opposite corner of the room. Its shadow, cast by the small battery, operated light on the wall next to me. I struggled to make out who or what it was that had found its way into the safe place I thought I had secured. The figure started moving towards me, and my heart skipped a beat. The figure's face became illuminated by the light, and its huge sunken eyes stared back into mine. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump out of the bed I was helplessly lying and do something about the situation I found myself in. But the closer the creature got to me, the less control I felt I had over my own body. Its tall form reached higher than most professional basketball players, with its head nearly touching the bunker's relatively low ceiling. At this range, I could make out more details about the creatures tightly bound to its thin body. The creature's dark skin appeared charred, and large eyes remained the only recognizable characteristic on its face. Its long sharp finger, like claws, taunted me. The creature arched its head down toward me, and its face grew closer to mine. It felt as though the creature was sucking the soul from my body. The sheer terror I felt and the malicious force this creature exuded forced me to squeeze my eyes closed and wait for the inevitable to occur, but nothing happened. Moments passed, and I waited, and still nothing. I opened my eyes again, and the creature was gone. I tried to get up. My body finally responded. The weight that held me down had suddenly lifted, completely shaken. I examined the place the creature had been before I closed my eyes, and I found no trace. It vanished, and maybe it was never there in the first place, but it felt so real. I never experienced sleep paralysis before with those creatures. They hadn't had an unimaginable effect on my psyche, it seemed. I couldn't continue sleeping after that ordeal. I got up and completely made the bed. I decided to take an inventory of what Brad had bought for this place. He wasn't lying about the amount of food that he had stockpiled. It wasn't anything fancy. A particularly tasty one got the job done. And I mean, beggars can't be choosers. A huge water tank had been installed in the bunker, which was completely full of potable water. The lights in the bunker were powered by rechargeable batteries, and Brad did obviously want this place to go dark because there was enough here to last a lifetime. Estimated that if I rationed correctly, I could live for at least a year. I didn't really have a clue on what to expect about the size and contents of the bunker before getting there. All that mattered before was getting to the bunker in one piece, literally. Besides, the bunker was adequate for a single person, about 4 by 4 meters, consisting of a single living space with everything needed for long-term survival located in the one room. From the bunker door, located in the center of the south wall, the bed I slept on prior was situated in the adjacent right corner of the room. The toilet was located on the opposite corner, adjacent to the north and east walls, along with all the miscellaneous medical supplies. In the far left corner, adjacent to the north and west walls, was the large water tank, and next to it was where Brad had stored the food supplies and countless numbers of large, sturdy containers once they towered over me. Additionally, the clothes located in the other corner, adjacent to the south and west walls, were my size, so it meant that I wouldn't need to sit and bathe in my own filth while seeking refuge here. Fortunately, Brad was obviously a meticulous prepper, as almost every container and compartment was labeled with exactly what was in content. After moving a few of the containers that lined the walls, to my surprise, I stumbled upon one labeled weaponry. I didn't know what to expect inside, but I prayed there would be something that could replace the pistol I so stupidly dropped to the bottom of the basement stairs before coming in here. Carefully lifting a lid, the contents of the container revealed itself to me. Inside lay a pistol. It appeared to be a similar model to one I lost, but guns were definitely still not my forte. A box full of ammunition was positioned next to the gun, in addition to a decently sized sheath hunting knife. I picked up a knife and removed it from its sheath. The sharp blade looked brand new and was about 6 inches long. Not that it would be much use against the creatures anyway. I'd be torn apart before I got close enough to land a hit with it. But regardless, it's better than no melee weapon at all. I definitely thought I had the mental ability to stay isolated for a long period of time. But after a single day, I felt like those creatures were going to get into my head. Humans are social creatures, and I'm afraid I'll go crazy here alone, especially considering what I saw when I woke up. I'd physically be safe here, but staying here alone for a long period of time seemed to be just as bad as facing the new reality that was outside. If I can't even go a single night without seeing those creatures, the bunker would be the end of me, and my mental health, though, wasn't careful. It was hard to tell what was going on outside the safety of the bunker. Not only could I not hear anything, I also had no signal on my phone since entering, and Brad obviously didn't plan on contacting the outside world when shit hit the fan. Been able to find any form of radio that would work in a place like this. However, it was important for me to find out the fate of everyone else. I couldn't be the only survivor. It was almost as if something was compelling me to leave the bunker. The dreams and the visions I had led me to believe that something didn't want me to stay in the shelter and safety of the secure bunker. I convinced myself that I can always return here if necessary, but getting to a bunker where there are other people and the community to develop would be an ideal situation. I decided to wait over a week before making this decision. The days in the bunker dragged on without a sense of day and night. I constantly felt like I was on the edge of going crazy. An irrational fear grew inside me. The nightmares and visions of the creatures became worse, but always ended before they left me for real. Something wasn't right here. I was itching to get out. If the creatures were waiting for me outside the bunker door, I would be torn apart in moments. But I had to believe that the bombs that were deployed wiped a large portion of them out. I mean, however many that were to begin with, regardless. I needed to know, and I had a firearm once again to back me up. I found a high-quality bug-out bag already pre-packed with essential equipment during my stay here, which included a portable water filter and canteen fire starters, medical gear, a change of clothes, a few MREs, a torch, navigational tools, a multi-tool, and a tarp. Needless to say, this made the choice of what to bring with me a lot easier. Additionally, despite the hunting knife I found earlier, being a seemingly useless weapon against these creatures, they proved some peace of mind for whatever reason. I decided to carry it along as well as the pistol and ammunition found with it, as prepared as I would ever be whether I stayed in the bunker or not. My fate would likely remain the same if those creatures still remained outside if they survived those bombs. How the hell am I supposed to do the job? The plan was to get out of the bunker, safely find a form of transport to Weed-in-Place fallout shelter, where I could likely find any remaining survivors when it's safe. I'd come back and take all the supplies from the bunker with a backpack on my back stomach, full of as much food and water as I could fit, and a pistol in front of me ready to fire at anything that moved in my open. The door turned the handle and heard the bolts release. My nerves began to kick in. What waited ahead of me I needed to discover. Pulling the door, it creaked open, and a cold draft hit me. Opening it further, I inspected the room, which was dark, but seemed empty. I guessed it was still dawn outside. I looked at my phone to check the time. It buzzed in my hand. and the vibration startled me. It was another emergency alert. The emergency alert that appeared on my phone's screen read, "The creatures have been eradicated. Any remaining survivors should seek aid at the nearest communal bomb shelter." My mind eased as I read the words. It seemed as though the bombs had actually worked, and from where I stood, the coast was clear. I looked back at the bunker. My mind went back to the things that I had seen during my stay there. There's no way I could live the rest of my life there. The only thing left for me to do would be to obey the message. The nearest communal bomb shelter was located relatively far from my current location, and the trek on foot would be far from ideal. I needed to find a working vehicle that had not been affected by the bombs or some other means of transportation. However, if the alert was true, walking would definitely be a possibility. I stepped out of the bunker, and the cool morning air hit me again. I guess Brad's house above me no longer stood in its entirety, otherwise I would not have been feeling a gust of wind in his basement. The gun I had dropped before entering the bunker, that had landed on the ground at the bottom of the staircase, there's no longer anywhere to be seen. The weirdest part about the situation, though, is that Brad's body was missing too. The pool of blood where he had been lying remained. What was left of him had been moved elsewhere and simply vanished. It was exceptionally weird that the gun and Brad's body would be missing, but these creatures had used a bait trick on me once before. I decided it would be better to forget about the gun and solely rely on the one that I have obtained in the bunker if I still need it regardless. I didn't want to stay by the door or the bunker for much longer, and I couldn't only rely on the correctness of what the emergency alert had told me. There was no telling whether the creatures who had silently returned would remain here for some time since the bombs had dropped if they were actually still alive and lurking. I moved towards the staircase, which seemed to be unharmed by the bombs. The entire basement seemed completely intact for that matter. At the top of the stairs, the door that had once been there was no longer, and the morning light shone through. I slowly began climbing the staircase, waiting for the moment where a lurking creature would pounce on me and end my life. But as I reached the top and peeked out over the doorway, not a single sound could be heard. The house around me was in shambles. The ceiling on the walls had been severely damaged, leaving only a skeleton of what this place once was behind, but without a creature in sight. Now was a better time to move than ever. I slowly moved towards what was once a perfectly intact window, but now just a frame which faced the street. Through the window I could see that it was not only Brad's house that had been severely damaged, but every other house within my line of sight, and all the surrounding foliage was in a similar state. Anything that could survive the impact of the bombs that were dropped would have to be superhuman. There's no way any normal living being could come out of something like that unscathed. At this point, I realized the likelihood of me finding a functioning vehicle near my location would be next to none, and without the keys to a random person's car that was safely tucked away in the garage, it'd be useless. To get there by foot, it would take at least an hour, maybe even 2, depending on the speed that I'd be traveling. I needed to have faith that there really were no creatures remaining on the surface, or I wouldn't last very long in the outside world. My only other option was returning to the bunker, which would cause me a spiral further into losing my mind, and there's no way I'd be doing that if there was hope that other survivors waited for me. Human company is what I so desperately needed it. Without much of a second thought, I decided to cautiously leave the remains of what was once Brad's house and head in the direction of the Wheaton Place fallout shelter, where I pleaded only survivors would meet me. Human, the survivors, that is. The sound of birds chirping and the other background noise that we got so accustomed to was eerily absent, and the charred buildings and foliage gave the neighborhood a muted tone. I thought about humming to myself while walking to my destination, but the thought of a lone remaining creature hearing me from somewhere it had been hiding during the bombs forced me to keep my mouth closed and travel with a light, a step. Moving towards the shelter, I kept a firm grip of my gun and remained on high alert, cautiously scanning my surroundings. I prayed not to see a creature appear from a broken window or around the corner, and that I would never have the misfortune of looking one of those creatures in the eye again. The eyes of those creatures had been seared into the back of my mind. I thought back to the first time I had locked eyes with them through my neighbor's window. Even the image in my head caused me to feel extreme paranoia, almost as though I was being watched from afar or stalked, but there were no obvious signs that this was actually the case. About 3/4 of the way to the shelter, I began letting my guard down. I had almost completely convinced myself that there were truly no creatures remaining here, because I surely would have run into one by this point if the alert had been deceptive or inaccurate. I felt safe for the most part, and holstered the gun that I had been holding in my waistband to rest my arm. I glanced behind me as a simple precaution, and I met my gaze and sent a shiver down my spine. A dark figure moving swiftly behind the fence a few hundred meters down the street from the direction I had come. My heart skipped a beat. There was no doubt in my mind that the figure I'd just seen was one of the creatures. I froze for a moment and kept my eyes on where I had seen the creature disappear. A few moments passed, and I tried to convince myself that my mind had simply been playing tricks on me. Had I actually seen that creature, or was it just something my mind had created out of paranoia? Moments later, however, the creature's face peeked from the fence it had disappeared behind, and its eyes locked with mine like I was hoping would never happen again. My mind suddenly flooded with images of the creatures, and the image of Brad's mangled body appeared in front of me, screaming in horror. I broke my gaze from the creature's huge, deep, sunken white eyes and swiftly turned around towards the shelter. There was no longer any doubt in my mind that I was being followed, and without looking back, I began sprinting towards the shelter faster than I'd ever run before. I couldn't hear anything behind me, but I had no desire to look back and experience what those creatures had just done to me once again, or even slowed down for a second continuously. I braced myself for a swift slash from behind that would end my life but was yet to come. My gun was once again grasped tightly in my hand, not wanting to drop my weapon for a second. Sprinting had closed the gap between me and the shelter. I turned onto the street which it was located on, and now only a few hundred meters of open street stood between me and my new safe haven. The large yellow sign that declared the purpose of the building I was heading towards came into view, but I then realized that the doors of the shelter were closed, and there was not a single person waiting for me outside. I had no other option but to pray that there was someone on the other side willing to open the door for me. A gut feeling took over me, convincing me that the creature was right behind me, ready to mangle my body like what it had done to Brad, and compelled me to turn around and look. I turned around while still moving towards the shelter door, and to my bewilderment, the coast was clear. I stopped dead in my tracks for a moment, really debating whether or not I had already gone mad. There was no way what I had seen wasn't real. I couldn't believe that. I turned back towards the shelter and noticed the door was open, and that a man stood just outside of the shelter waving me over. The man yelled at the top of his lungs, "Run swiftly." I checked behind me again, and what I saw made me feel as though I was going to have a heart attack right then and there. A huge horde of those creatures charged in my direction, quickly closing the gap between me and them purposefully. I avoided looking at their faces, and without a second thought turned on my heels and raced towards the door. The man swiftly moved back into the shelter, and for a second I thought that he would close the door before I made it inside. But to my relief, he kept it open. A woman, after I stepped inside the shelter, the man slammed the door shut behind me for a huge thud to the other side, and caused it to open again slightly. A barrage of loud thuds came from the other side of the door, and I slammed my body up against it, trying to close it again far enough to lock it in place. Just then, a huge effort from the creatures was made, and the door swung completely open, sending me tumbling down a staircase. Adrenaline rushing through my body, and the pain from falling down the stairs was masked by the fear that these creatures had just breached the door to the shelter. I looked up the staircase that I just descended, and to my dismay, I saw the creatures violently tearing apart the man's body who had helped me a moment ago. All of the hope I once had was lost at this point, but I struggled to my feet, and I jolted toward the door that appeared to separate the entrance from the main living area, tumbling through the door. I was shocked to see dozens of other people crowded on the other side of the room. Some of these people were trembling on the ground. Others were yelling complete gibberish, and I quickly turned back around and slammed the door closed. This door was not one that could take much of a beating, but I believed that any time I bought it could help me. Without thinking, I started dragging any furniture that wasn't bolted down in front of the door, trying to form some sort of barricade to slow the creatures down. A young girl's voice screamed from somewhere behind me, "Where's my dad?" And I could only assume that her dad was the man who I had just seen die in front of my eyes. I started yelling for people to help me. "The creatures are gonna get in here if we don't move fast enough," I said. Not a single person moved from where they were. Another loud voice bellowed from behind me, a woman this time, blaming me for dooming them all, and damning me to hell. A sudden rush of realization hit me, and I understood exactly why this had happened. Those things waited for me to come out of Brad's bunker. They wanted me to lead them to the other survivors, and that's why they've been stalking me on my way here. They were not allowing me any other option but to get to where I am now was But the emergency alert I received is that another one of those creatures' mind tricks to what I thought I'd seen lots seeking refuge in the bunker was that they were really sleep paralysis or something more sinister. It was clear that the answer to these questions would remain unanswered. After piling up what I could in front of the door, I moved backwards towards the other side of the room. The people behind me continued yelling at me while I looked around for any other way out of the situation, hopefully. I spotted a door to my left that had been left slightly ajar, and I ran towards it, hoping for something that was never going to happen. And as I swung the door open, I realized it was only a small storage area. A loud bang came from behind me, and I turned around. The furniture that I had stacked up in front of the door had been sent flying across the room. And without thinking, I moved quickly. The storage area that I'd come upon, screams from the other side of the door bellowed throughout the enclosed area, and were soon replaced by the sounds of flesh being torn apart. The storage area I'm in now has no alternate exits and no way out. It won't be long until these creatures find me here, and there's no way I have enough bullets to even cause a dent in the numbers they have. This is almost definitely to be my last update now. My solace I have now is the fact that I'll be saving a bullet for myself for anyone else who received the emergency alert that I did. I'll pray for you. Good luck. Goodbye.